Welcome to Thoughts New Mutants film X-Men spinoff. Before I get into spoilers, observant returning viewers will note that there is currently no spoiler thingy at the very top of the screen, and there will be, so don't say I didn't warn you, but before I get into any spoilers, I'm going to try to give a short, spoiler-free review, and yes, I realize, what can I say? We got this like a week after the US got it, so I realize a lot of people will already have watched it by now, but let me see if I can help the people still holding out with their decision. This is a very mediocre movie. There's definitely some stuff to like, and there's definitely stuff that just does not work, and I wanted it to work. I would be so happy to be able to say that I love this movie, that I unreservedly recommend it, but I just can't. I don't agree with the people who say, they're entitled to their opinion, but I disagree with the opinion of those who say that there's absolutely nothing good here, or that this is just a complete, like, 0 out of 10 movie. I mean, personally, I'm somewhere between 5 out of 10 and 7 out of 10, yeah, I think, yeah, let's split it. I give this roughly 6, stereotypical mutant teenagers trapped in a, hospital out of 10. I'm gonna try to give. Okay, so some of the good include that you really do get a sense of these characters, like, over the course of the film. By the end of this movie, you get a pretty good sense of who the characters featured in the movie are. And I'm not going to give away exactly, I might give a brief, like, recap of the main ones. But anyway, and as a character study, like, it has stuff that really works. I thought it worked pretty well, like, as a movie for teen. It's not made by teenagers. I'm not sure there's a single teenager, who was behind or in front of the camera making this, but it is a movie about teenagers, and it's very much made for teenagers. And I'm not gonna say I don't necessarily think that that's where a lot of the hatred comes from, but I wouldn't rule out, like, if someone you otherwise like as a critic really hates this movie, maybe try to figure out, do they hate movies made for teenagers in general? Because a lot of people do. And I can sometimes understand why. But anyway, I realize not everybody is going to agree with me on this, but I personally thought that the romance, and I guess just in case, if you want to go into this blind, all I'm going to say is there is at least one romantic, subplot thing going on. I thought it really worked, and sometimes I'm hypercritical of things like this, but, and sometimes I'm more, you know, receptive to it, but I think I tried to find a happy medium for this, and personally, I really thought it worked. I thought every single time it just worked. When the characters had screen time together and talked and expressed affection, I really thought it worked. And I'm not gonna lie, personally, I want to be clear. I don't think that everybody who doesn't mention that aspect of the film. I'm not saying that none of them care. They might just think, well, it goes without saying, or, you know, whatever. Maybe it's not as important to them as it is to me. I will say, though, if you legitimately cannot get any kind of, like, if you don't feel at least a little bit happy to see these two together and in love, I don't know. Your heart's made of stone, I guess. I don't really. That's just yeah. The acting is a very mixed bag. I don't think that I heard someone say that the accents are all terribly overdone. Yeah, I'm sorry. I cannot really argue with that. Some people say that they really liked Anya Taylor-Joy's performance. Other people say it was terrible. I think she did a good job with what she was given. I think that I saw at least one person say that it feels like she's in a different movie than the rest of them. I can see what they mean. I don't know that I quite agree. I did see someone else say that some of her character traits kind of don't gel together. It feels like she was written. Okay, sorry. That's what they said. To me, my theory is I think that in the writing process, they had several ideas and they couldn't kill their darlings. And I don't blame them because that's one of the hardest things to do. But I do feel like they should have chosen between some of these things because at the end of the day, it does not completely make sense. And I'm just very briefly going to say I don't think her powers are explained anywhere near well enough because without getting into too much, it's revealed very early that she has some sort of teleportation ability, and she early on expresses wanting to leave, but seemingly can't. And I'm not saying there's no. I'm not sure I've read New Mutants comics. I've read a lot of X-Men. I'm not entirely sure I've read New Mutants. It's entirely possible that in the comics, I 100% believe in the comics. I'm sure it makes perfect sense, but the movie needs to explain why can't she teleport out of there, and it really doesn't. And it's such a bad because it's established really early on. She wants to leave. She feels like she can't, and she has the teleportation ability, and it seems like these things really contradict each other. I don't know. I mean, the director and I think at least one of the screenwriters are huge fans, so maybe they just to them it's like second nature. Like if you yeah, there's just some things yeah. Just real brief. Years ago when I first watched crap, it was right I just for Midnight Run. Is that what it's called? Charles. Let me think. It's Grodin, right? It's not Grodin. I forget. Anyway, him and ah, one of the big names. I forget exactly who. And it's this kind of thing of like, there's this character in that movie who is crap. I'm afraid I forget what it's called. But when when I first watched that, the guy who had the copy explained to me the concept of in America they have this thing where people run away from like they jump bail, is that what it's called? And there are people who are hired to go get them and take them back, and that's important to understand to be able to appreciate that movie. Excuse me. That movie doesn't explain it because that movie was made by Americans for Americans. They assume that and I feel like that's maybe the case here. Anyway, I personally thought there was entirely too little use of mutant powers. I don't know if that was a special effects, budget limitation or something, and I thought some of the uses were very badly chosen. I I'm not gonna get too much into it, but I just want to say I'm not gonna give too much away. I just briefly want to say there's a there's a wolf in the movie, and I don't think that it's that the wolf. And it's apparently it is that they actually, they got what's it called, wolf wrangler, dog trainer, and they had an actual wolf act on camera. I think the wolf does a good job acting. I think it's the writing and the way they use, but I really thought there was some very, like, you gotta be careful with this kind of stuff. It's so easy for it to end up feeling silly, and I really felt like it ended up silly. And again, like this, I love this kind of comic book stuff. You can throw completely bonkers concepts at me, and I will eat them up uh, gleefully. But you have to get the tone right, and that's another thing. It's not it's not inherently the fact that it's silly, because there are movies I love that are very silly, but the silliness contrasts badly with the tone of the rest of it, because a lot of the movie, it is this sort of teen movie, fairly, you know, and yeah. Let's see. So I guess briefly, I think I am gonna go a little bit into characters, but first I just want to say there are a couple of other things I want to make sure I don't forget to say. If you want, if you heard this has been compared by, including by the filmmakers, to a couple of movies, and I guess at least one of those. Ah, is that a spoiler? I mean, technically speaking, no. That's not a spoiler. Excuse me. I guess I'm not going to give away exactly which of them, but this has been compared to one of the Freddy Krueger movies, one of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, and I really wanted to love how it. I was 100% on board with the concept in theory, and there are times where I feel like it almost works, but boy, it just doesn't quite get there, and I don't entirely think it's the PG-13 thing, because they do manage to get some stuff in there that is really effective. I'm sorry, I hate criticizing someone who's passionate and enthusiastic and clearly tried to do a good job, but I'm not sure that this director, Josh Boone, I'm not sure that, I think that he should maybe do more. If he tries to do horror again, or superhero stuff, superpower stuff, I think he needs to maybe practice a little more, or talk it through with some people before, because at the end of the day, it's not that you can't do a great job with the first, the couple of quick examples. I recently watched The Babadook, and that's, you know, uh, I'm very sorry, her name escapes me at the moment, but that's her directorial debut. It's a feature. She had directed at least one short film before that, but That's the first movie she directs, and you can tell at times, but it's incredibly effective, and that's a horror movie. And as far as a superhero superpower thing, Patty Jenkins had barely directed any movies before she directed Wonder Woman, and that's an incredible movie. So it's, yes, she had directed Monster, but Monster really doesn't prepare for the action scenes and a lot of the incredibly dicey stuff in that movie. So I'm sorry. I think he needed to. I'd like to see him do more because his passion shines through, but I think he needs to practice a little more before, you know going for something for the big screen. you know and let's see. So yeah, and also, I mean, this, yeah, it's I don't think that you should go into this thinking there's really not very much like action like if you watched the first X-Men movie and you were like, well, that wasn't a lot of action scenes, it was good when it was there, but I really expected much more. And I'm saying that as someone who loves the movie and who watched it, I watched it when it first came out, and I loved it then, I love it now. I can watch it almost any time, but it doesn't have a lot of action. This has way less than even that. This really isn't an action movie. And to be fair, I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, maybe some of the trailers kind of sell it as being an action movie, and it really isn't. The horror movie aspect is a much bigger part, and if only it worked more frequently. But anyway, one of the one of the big problems here is that everything this movie does, there's better other movies out there. If you like, I thought that the for example the Breakfast Club thing, the Breakfast Club thing works fairly decently in this, but it's like I don't think it's impossible to do a similar thing and still make a really interesting movie, even if you don't top the. But like, if you want Breakfast Club, just watch Breakfast Club. This isn't going to, like, yeah, yeah. It, and I'm not even. I don't have a huge attachment to that movie, but like, it does it way better. This feels like a sort of fan film, almost fanfic tribute kind of thing, more than like hypothetically. I'm sure there are people watching this movie who've never watched. They might not even know Breakfast Club or anything John Hughes exists. Most of them will be able to tell this is based on something, and the like. I think Josh Boone understands Breakfast Club. I think he's just not completely capable of replicating it. But I don't think it's that he doesn't understand the original. Excuse me. But the thing is, everything this movie does, it's done better elsewhere. There's just go watch the original Breakfast Club for that aspect. There's better movies about teen angst. There's better movies about this sort of you know struggling to you know I guess, yeah, okay, I'm gonna leave that one alone because that's kind of a spoiler. There's better teen horror. There's better. I mean, it is one of the better PG-13 horror movies, but I think there might be. I mean, technically, The American Ring. Yes, I know. I should watch the original Japanese one. I will at some point, honestly. Not gonna lie, watching the second one, yes, I know I shouldn't watch them out of order, but watching the second Japanese one gave me a little bit of pause for approaching the first one. But anyway, the American Ring, it's, technically that's psychological horror, not, out and out horror, but that's a way scarier, creepier movie than this, so you've got better PG-13 horror movies, you've got better Anya Taylor-Joy movies. I honestly don't really know. I'm not super familiar with the other actors. Well, Elise Braga, I'm pretty sure I've seen her in it. I'm almost certain she's better elsewhere. You've got much better X-Men movies, and I gotta say, personally, I'm okay because I'm resigned to this by now. But if you're considering watching this movie and you're an X-Men fan and you're an X-Men movie continuity fan and you've been super hyped and super excited about where they were gonna go with all this stuff, and like either look up the twist before watching this movie, or strongly consider maybe not watching it because it might infuriate you. I honestly, like, I'm not gonna spoil it, but when you realize there's some, and to be fair, you know, some people do already know even before watching the movie, but if you don't already know, just it might really it might ruin your week to realize that, you know, because there's this is not a spoiler. There's, hypothetically, it's not impossible that this movie will get sequels rather than just like getting retconned or something. It's not impossible, but it's very likely that they will do something else. And certainly, I don't think everything in this will be followed up on because of some key details. And that just makes it really frustrating when you realize where they were going to go with this. And yeah, so let's see. Okay, so there's the characters. I mean, I've already talked a little bit about. Yeah, I'm real briefly gonna say Brad Jones says that the movie is made up of these random scenes that are connected through a lot of shots of security camera footage. And I think that's a really good way to put it. It is, and a lot of people have pointed this out, but this is a very unfocused movie. It's a movie where, like, hypothetically, you can tell how it's supposed to flow, but it doesn't really completely work. Like, again, that might also, I don't know if this, I'm sorry, I haven't watched the other movies. I know he did The Fault in Our Stars, and he did another movie which I don't remember the name of. I haven't watched Josh Boone's other movies. Maybe I will at some point. I'm not, you know, I'm not saying there's something wrong with them existing. I'm not sure they're really for me. It looks, from just looking, it doesn't seem like those are ensemble pieces, and this very much is, and I think that might be one of, you know, and again, I'm not saying he's not, he's a good director, he just doesn't have a lot of experience in some of the areas where this is especially important. You know, I'm not saying that this is necessarily worse, you know, like, honestly, in some ways, this is one of the best X-Men movies, which is, boy, that's a sad statement to make, because it actually does, like, by the end of this movie, every single major character has been explored, when really, like, by the end of several of the X-Men movies, like, several movies in, you still can't completely place, like, you can't define some of the main characters because they end up just standing around in the background way too much, and that doesn't really happen here. And the, yeah, but it does not do a good job when it moves between the different characters and between the different themes and various things. Like, you can understand the chronology, you understand how logically we went from here to here, but you just don't feel it. Like, it's a sort of, what's the word, in a movie, when one scene ends and the next one starts, we take for granted that that works smoothly because it takes a lot of, you know, you have to know exactly what you're doing to get that to work. And I'm sorry, here it just seems like he didn't quite, because he's got a lot of great ideas, and again, technically these they should more or less flow together. It should be, it's not difficult to follow the movie. It's just that the movie doesn't really, it doesn't flow very smoothly. It feels like it a scene ends and then the next scene starts. You can always tell when you never feel like a smooth transition. The thing is, at the end of the day, movies, logically we know this is shot over months and it's edited together to look like it's happening, like basically they put up a they set up a camera and then things happened in front of that camera. That's not how it works, and it's certainly not with this kind of movie. And it is just this thing, like, this is a movie where you really feel like you can almost tell, like, not when it excuse me, cuts in the scenes themselves, but when it goes from one scene to the next, that does tend to really feel like, yeah, I guess, yeah, okay, so I'm just briefly going to talk about the characters. So I guess I'm going to go, yeah, let me start in a sort of, the first you're introduced to is Danielle, who basically had a very extreme experience, and she's trying to cope with this, and she's sort of, you know, she's the audience surrogate character to an extent. She's the character that stuff gets explained to, because she arrives at this hospital and the others have been there for a while and they know each other, but they don't know her. You know, she doesn't know them, she doesn't know this place. So it's, yeah, it's explained to her and thus to us. I get that that is kind of a thing, isn't it? There are a lot of X-Men movies that have audience surrogate characters, which is not a bad thing. It's just, anyway, the person who runs the hospital is Dr. Cecilia Reyes, who, it's hard to say a lot about her without spoiling anything, but you without spoiling anything, she guides them through meditation, and she tries to, there are some rules they have to follow, and she tries to reward good behavior and punish bad behavior. Then you have, I think it's pronounced Rain, who is, she's very timid, and there are some, but she, she is a, yeah, yeah, there's not a lot I could say about her without spoiling. I personally thought she's very sympathetic. Yeah. Then you have Roberto, who's this sort of, you know, if we're going by the, the in crap, I'm sorry, I forget what it's called, but they called it a spoiler cast or something for New Mutants, and, review and spoiler cast, and they kind of said that he's like, if this was Scooby Doo, he'd be Fred, and if this was the Breakfast Club, he'd be the Jock, he's charismatic, and, but can also sometimes be kind of guarded. Then you've got Sam, who, he's very, he's clearly a nice person. He's very, very kind of, I guess I am kind of saying, yeah, they basically are all somewhat guarded, and they're not, really, they don't love talking about how their mutant power, and this kind of stuff. Let's see. Yeah, and that leaves Ileana, played by Anya Taylor-Joy. And I've already talked a little bit about, I guess, yeah, what I will say is there's this thing of her, like, no, at the end of the day, I think what I will say is a lot of people found her character frustrating, and I understand why. Personally, I was always like, where are they going with this? And ultimately, I mean, by the end of the movie, I knew who all the characters were, and I cared about all the characters. I just wish that that was enough, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, if this was, it's when it's a character study, it's a good character study. But there are movies out there that are even better character studies and that are much better movies overall. So it's just like, I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to see Anya Taylor-Joy in a horror movie where there's like this isolated and they're trapped, Split's an infinitely better movie than this. Like, hypothetically, if this was the first time I saw Anya Taylor-Joy in something, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing her in something else, but I wouldn't be, like, hyped about it. But the first thing I saw her in was Split, and since then I've been, you know, I probably will eventually go watch the movies she's done before, because as so far I've only watched Split, Glass, and this of her movies, and it seems like she's incredibly talented in both Split and Glass, and I think this movie at times shows the let's her talent shine through. But I've heard that in a lot of the other movies, she also really lets her talent shine through, and she plays characters that are very different from how she portrays the characters in these three movies. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, I mean, just briefly, I haven't watched Game of Thrones or Stranger Things. Oh, and there go the rest of the viewers. This Watching this didn't really make me super excited about watching more stuff with Maisie Williams from Game of Thrones. I think his name is Charlie Heaton from Stranger Things. So I'm told they're both great in their respective shows. I think this is the first thing that the I'm sorry, her first name is Blue. I'm afraid I don't remember her last name. Who plays Danny? I'm, I believe this is the first thing she's in. I'd be happy to see more. I do have to admit, as others have pointed out, she's. I don't think she's bad, but I don't think she's carry a movie on her shoulders as the lead good yet. I think she has definite potential. I'd be very happy to see her in more stuff. I mean, yeah, honestly, if I had to, I'd be very happy to see. I'm I want to say his name is like Henry something. The guy who plays Roberto, I could definitely see him in something else. I don't know, maybe it's also the fact that he is a charismatic character that really lets that shine through. But I'd be very happy to see him in something else. I think, I don't necessarily think his character should have been. I'm not saying that this needed a more charismatic main character, but with as little as for a chunk of this movie, Danny is timid and doesn't show a lot of personality. I don't think that's a problem, but it takes there are not very many actors who can make that really work. And see, that's okay. I swear I'm gonna stop praising Anya Taylor-Joy in just a second. But in Split, Anya Taylor-Joy does play a very timid character who doesn't display a lot of you believe that there's more there, but she doesn't show a lot of personality. And she's incredible in it. And part of it is also that the writing is better. And yeah, but the let's see. I think that is pretty much everything that I for non-spoiler stuff. I don't think there's really any. Yeah, honestly, if you're sitting at home and you're worried about going to a movie theater, before COVID has been, is under control, this is really not the movie that should get you to go out there. This is, yeah. I think that's it. Yeah. So, from here on out, don't say I didn't warn you. From here on out, there are going to be spoilers for the movie. And excuse me. There we go. So, let's see. I yeah. Okay. Since it's already been a while, I don't think I'm gonna go that deep into the disclaimers. So let me see. I think I might spoil. Yeah, you know what? Just in case, there's a pretty good chance I'm gonna spoil other X-Men movies. Let's just. I think just blanket. I might spoil every single X-Men, film continuity movie. That includes the, both Deadpool movies and the 3 solo Wolverine movies. I don't know if I'm going to say something for every single one, but just in case. I yeah. So let's see. Yeah. So, let's see. Yeah. So okay. Yeah, so my own quote-unquote film critic rating for this is a 6 out of 10, like I said in the spoiler-free review, and that's also my personal rating, 6 out of 10. And R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman. So, that brings us to the first section, which is titled Notes Taken While Watching. I'm gonna real quick start with a couple of things that I didn't write down to just make sure I don't forget. If you watch the spoiler-free review and you either are watching this so that I'll give it away, or you've watched the entire movie and you're unsure, the thing I was talking about, they were building towards something, and yeah, this is where I'm going to be spoiling at least a few of the others. The movie reveals that the thing that, no, she's not working for Professor X. Dr. Reyes is not working for Professor X. She's working for the XX Corporation. They're trying, they're testing to see, are these, useful child soldiers for us. And we get the footage from Logan, which I'm not gonna lie was a little awkward looking, because like the the stuff we're seeing was stuff that supposedly the nurse filmed, that that Logan is then able to, he's able to watch the video on her phone, and it still kind of looks like footage that was shot with video. So how is that because Danny is seeing it by reading the doctor's minds. And anyway, this movie was supposed to be the start of a trilogy, and there was apparently post-credit scene featuring Mr. Sinister, and they cast John Hamm. Control. I'm not going to freak out with this because I've come to terms with the fact that the X-Men continuity, I mean, by now we've had some time to process the fact that, Disney is starting over. That's just, they're not going to continue with the exact same, Dark Phoenix was supposed to be the last one with the prequel cast, and boy, did everybody look like they were really ready for the whole, for their part of the franchise to be over. This was supposed to start a new trilogy, and yeah, the Mr. Sinister, and like, all you gotta do is add a little bit of time travel or alternate dimensions or something, and you can have the New Mutants meeting up with Laura and the other. I mean, I guess they are just called the X-23s, which is kind of interesting because, as far as I understand in the comic, I'm sorry, but it's been ages since I read those specific comics. But from what I remember, X-23 is specifically Laura, the mutant clone from Logan's, and X-23 is because 23 chromosome pairs. Anyway, the honestly, and you don't have to use the Logan thing, although boy is it, like, it's right there. It's the setup is right there. They use the footage. They're literally saying, by the end of the movie, you realize the idea with the hospital that we see in this movie is that this is where they are before they get put where where Laura and the others were being grown and trained. Or no, wait, sorry, not the same place, I guess, but right, yeah, actually, sorry. I guess wait. I was about to say that the idea must be that this is course correcting because in Logan things went bad. In part because they had trouble controlling the kids, so now they're trying to but this movie is set like in present day, and Logan is set in the future. So how is she even seeing the stuff from Logan, which hasn't happened yet? From reading the doctor's mind, did the doctor psychically know that that was going to happen? I mean, hypothetically, going by timelines, Laura probably hasn't even been born yet, right? And even if you want to say that Laura ages really slowly like Wolverine, well, what about the other kids, though? Wow, I seriously completely missed that until just now. Suddenly I realized, wait, that doesn't make... Anyway, whatever. Even if you take everything Logan related out of... We could have got Mr. Sinister. And I know, oh, silly looking, he's silly looking, he has a silly name. First off, the name, easy fix. Don't call him Mr. Sinister, just refer to him as Sinister. I personally, I love X-Men comics. I'm personally completely content with that compromise. And you don't have, his skin doesn't have to be completely white. If you want to do something about he's got although, I mean, they made it work with Vision, so I figured they could probably make a forehead diamond thing work. But, and maybe you don't, let me think. Are his eyes maybe like just completely red? Like when he opens his eyes, I remember them as being completely red. You don't have to do that. You can make, like, maybe his pupils are red or something, You can make it work. I really don't think that his character, and maybe tone down the outfit a little bit. I think it might be necessary to tone down the outfit a little bit. But look at what the MCU has been able to get away with, because they're able to tone down and hit the exact right tone. I think they could have made it work, and he's such a compelling villain. I really like him as a villain. and you know the yeah, we're not getting a Gambit movie. We're not getting a sequel to New Mutants. So there's a chance we're not going to see Mr. Sinister anytime soon. And you know, it's possible that they will, but boy, would it have been cool to get Mr. Sinister in the same room as some of the characters that we've gotten really attached to. You know, the MCU are almost definitely going to start completely. I mean, when I was watching this, for a while, I was trying to think, okay, could the MCU retcon this? And honestly, I mean, as far as I understand, they did. Like, there's a version of this movie that has some reshoots that doesn't mention the X-Men and doesn't, you know, I, yeah, I mean, they keep in this movie they keep referring to Professor X, and they refer to the X-Men. I'm They don't use the direct names that often, but they name drop X-Men at least once, and I'm not sure they say Professor Xavier, but they say, you know, the X-Men, they're the leader of the X-Men, or something like that, you know. But yeah, I mean, the version that went to theaters, I really don't feel like that. I mean, if they wanted this movie in the MCU, that is not the version they would have shown. You know, I feel like this sends a pretty strong message. They are not. This is not going into the MCU. At least not without some like serious retconning or something, or it'll be a at least somewhat re-edited movie. And frankly, given how badly this has been received, there's a chance that they'll hugely re-edit the movie. Which, I mean, at this point, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not sure it's salvageable. And B, honestly, they probably will just start over. It's not impossible they'll keep some of the cast involved, you know, if they thought that they were especially good. But no, there's too much. Yeah, I wanted to just briefly say I already mentioned that I don't think that, you know, the fact that Ileana can teleport, but she can't teleport outside of the force field, and it's just like, why didn't they should have just had a character say something about it. You know, just bring it up. Ileana can teleport, but the you know, because she does. Oh, hold on, wait. Does she not? No, I mean, no. It's not only that she like teleports. Like, let's say, you know, yeah, she's standing here, so she teleports out and teleports. She you know, she can teleport more than only back in, because when she attacks the Smiley Men, she doesn't land where she teleported from because Sam has moved. So clearly she can teleport from one place to another place. She doesn't just go to Limbo and then back to exactly where she was. Which, you know, so how does the barrier keep her there? How does solitary work on her? You know, it just doesn't, because we do see, like, maybe the answer is she can't teleport through a wall or a locked door. She can't teleport through a barrier. Just say that. Because, I mean, now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, I guess that's the explanation. But the movie doesn't show that. And it would have been super easy to just, like, it just come up with a scene that show, you know, maybe we see her try to do that. You know, maybe we see her in solitary and she's like, I don't want to be here anymore. And so she teleports, and like, yeah, like maybe the like, yeah, they could do something similar to what it looks like when uh when Danny hits up against the force field and then falls down. They could do, they could have, Ileana teleport out, and here's the door, and and she just reappears right in front of it, and or something, but or have a character outright state it, just it's like it's some of the first, like it happens maybe 15 minutes into the movie, 20 minutes maybe. We're introduced to the fact that there's a force field around the in the on the outside of the hospital, and we're shown that Ileana can teleport. So it's like just immediately like, well, why does and then you have Rain and Danny talking about the other people's powers. Why don't they? Why doesn't one of them bring up, if she can teleport and she wants out? Why doesn't she teleport out? I also just briefly wanted to say, if this place is, I don't, I'm not the first to point out that clearly, Dr. Reyes is not by herself enough to control all of these kids, and it doesn't really make sense that the kids go along. She says solitary, and they just do it. I get that. Obviously, they can't directly, like, if they tried to do something, she could just put a force field around herself, and that would be that. But it's still there still isn't, and there needed to be something. And near the end, we see her trapping them all in force fields, and like she shrinks the one in on Danny to like, the Wikipedia said it's like crushing her. I thought that it was just that she's making it small, so there's no oxygen left, so she passes out from a lack of oxygen. I don't know. Anyway, the I feel like they could have used, like, hypothetically, let's say that, let me think. Ileana, Reyes wants Ileana to go to solitary, and Ileana, maybe she doesn't even say no, but she's got a look of defiance in her eyes or something. And like, let's see. Yeah, like, okay, hypothetically, let's say that she makes a force field bubble around where Ileana is standing, and then she says, you know, and yeah, and then she says, in 10 minutes, you know, okay, I'll ask you, in 10 minutes, I'll come back and ask you again. And if you still don't want to join me, you can, you know, you can stay there for until you feel like joining me or something, but just there's no. And they actually, in the spoiler cast, they talk about that, like, no one brings up that, no one makes fun of Ileana for the. Let me real quick see if I can find the name of the. Okay, let's try that again. They point out that no one really makes fun of her for the Geekvolution. Sorry, the channel is called Geekvolution. Yeah, New Mutants review and spoiler cast. They point out that none of the others really make fun of Ileana. When Danny goes for her, she doesn't bring up, she doesn't point out why do you have that, stupid sock puppet or something. But Ileana doesn't attack Danny with the sword until she takes Lockheed away from her. And that is also, basically Lockheed was the one thing that, she made her feel a little bit safe during the, you know, yeah, the child sexual slavery, background. And it is this, like, I feel like they sort of, they have something there, but then like one thing that especially like, nah, watch the Geekvolution video. I don't want to just be repeating what they say. They make some really great arguments. So I guess, yeah. So sorry, that that only took me 17 minutes. Now I'm gonna get into the notepad notes I took at the cinema. So yeah, not long before the movie started, I made a note to note for noting whether the movie has a strong opening, and I mean, excuse me, it is a decent, like, although, just briefly, Geekvolution, excuse me, point out that the, excuse me, the opening kind of makes it look like all of the, demon horror stuff is in their heads, because she seems to have this experience, and then she wakes up in a hospital bed, and, so that, yeah, that probably wasn't the best way to, yeah. Let's see. I I don't know if I can put my finger on it, but I do think that right away, because the opening's supposed to be scary, and again, like, it almost gets there, like, you can tell this is supposed to be scary, but it isn't complete. I don't know. I mean, it's not that it doesn't move fast enough, because it is moving very fast, at least in the opening. I do think maybe some of the smiley men are overexposed later in the movie, but I don't know. I can't completely put my finger on it. It's just, it's not as scary. Like, in the trailer, it looks scary, but when you see, like, when it's cut into extremely short bits for the trailers and TV spots, it looks scary, but in the movie, when it plays out, it just doesn't completely work. It's not as scary as it should be. And yeah, so we open on the explanation of the demon bear. And I will say, I thought, you know, I don't know if, you know, I don't know if it's based on an actual Native American myth. It does a little, or legend, sorry, legend. It does sound a little bit like what white people think Native Americans believe, but I don't know, maybe it is true. Maybe that is one of their beliefs. Oh, right. Yeah, the I want to briefly say, I think this is one of the places where the whole, like, at the end of the day, the movie tries to mix the Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 with the Breakfast Club. Sorry, Nightmare, not the Nightmare. And it just doesn't completely work. Because at the end of the day, like, yeah, one of the things is, or actually, I guess, yeah, sorry, the following is more, wow, I have a headache. Sorry. I guess the following is more a problem with there only being the one doctor running this place. Danny almost kills herself very early in the movie, and Rain stops her, but that very easily could have gone very badly. And like, it doesn't seem like, I mean, Reyes is a little upset, but she really does. I mean, I get that she doesn't know how bad it almost went, but shouldn't she? She knows that Danny lost. It's not like she doesn't know who Danny is. Danny wakes up and she's like, "I'm sorry, you're the only survivor." You know, now let me just turn my back and, please ignore the fact that you can go all the way up into this top. Why? She's got all these force fields. Why not have force fields that prevent them from getting to the top of the tower. Also, I really don't. Yeah, never mind. I guess I shouldn't go into that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I kind of like the fact that the like the very first thing, like Danny, right after Danny, Danny wakes up and she immediately realizes she's been cuffed to the bed, and she just can't, get out of the cuffs. And instead of just lying there, she gets out of the bed and drags the bed, since she can't uncuff from the bed. Well, the bed's gonna move with, and she can tell that the windows are locked, the doors are locked, and and we see a face through the vent. And I mean, I immediately was like, I that's Maisie Williams, isn't it? And because I haven't seen her, I haven't watched Game of Thrones, I haven't seen her in anything before this, but she does have a distinctive face, so it is immediately. And later on, she goes to confess, and she does actually say, "I went into the vents again." So she basically, we don't know how long she was up there looking at Danny. So I guess and that's one of those things, like, depending on who you are, maybe you find it creepy, maybe you find it romantic. But yeah, I mean, she basically was spying on her, wasn't she? And she doesn't say that the two are connected, but she says, "I went into the vents again," and she says, "I masturbated twice." We don't know if the two are connected. Maybe it's a PG-13 thing that you can't say if the two are connected, but she says both. In like, you know, I think there might be a connection, is what I'm saying. And that again, it's, some people are going to find that creepy, some people are going to find it like romantic or something, that she, from right away she wanted to be with Danny, and she didn't push Danny to be ready for that before she, I guess, I don't know. Now let's see. And I don't know if maybe this is just me. When Danny went, sorry, back to Danny in the locked room before the doctor comes in. She goes up to the door and she, tries to push it, tries to shake to see if it'll open. Maybe it's just me, and maybe it's just, I don't know. I'm not sure I've ever been in a locked hospital. Maybe it's just the way they sound, but the sound of the locked door being shaken sounded a lot like when you, in Silent Hill, when you're in a hospital and you try to open a door that just won't open. I don't know. It just, I kind of appreciated that. And I kind of like that, Danny wakes up cuffed to the bed and in this locked room, but then the doctor comes in, and she's like, if you're okay with it, I can come in, I'll uncuff you, I'll explain everything. And she comes in and she uncuffs her, and but she does, she lies and claims it was a tornado. I kind of like that the very first impression we get of the hospital is, oh, this is a place where you just suddenly wake up and you're there, and they cuffed you to the bed, and this is like really creepy and unpleasant. But then she comes in and is like, no, 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 let me uncuff you and let me explain exactly what's going on. And I mean, they try to make her simultaneously sinister and seem caring, and I don't know. I don't think it. I mean, the trailers. We knew that. Like, the trailers made it seem like the hospital was intentionally, making their nightmares come to life. But in the movie, that's Danny's powers making that happen. But the trailers do make it quite clear, and we're told really early on that they're trapped at the hospital. This isn't a hospital, it's a cage. So I don't know. It's one of those, yeah. And mutation is explained by the Doctor, and at this point, I gotta admit, I legitimately thought, oh, okay, I can see how this could be the MCU. Like, this could be basically the first time, like, hypothetically, if this was going to be part of the MCU, then, you know, yeah. Doctor Strange 2 hasn't come out yet, so that I can't really spoil. There's a theory that that's the movie that's going to lead to how the mutants in general enter the MCU. Maybe, if this movie was going to be, I'm gonna need some, excuse me. If this movie was going to be integrated into the MCU, then, hypothetically, Doctor Strange 2 opens the door for it, and then this movie is basically like set in the reality that has mutants that then gets melded with our reality, the MCU, sorry, our reality, with the MCU reality, or this movie is actually set after Doctor Strange 2, something like that, but later, and she, excuse me, and she also does start talking about Professor X, which also makes things a little more difficult as let's see. And and the Doctor says you'll stay here until you're no longer a danger to yourself. And the cameras got the I get that to an extent it's also this thing of like if a camera has this glowing red dot that means it's recording. But I couldn't help but think of HAL 9000 the moment that I saw the first of those cameras in like a close up, and it's like, I'm sorry, Danny, I can't let you do that. Not as long as you're a danger to yourself. I still don't know how to feel about this. When Danny joins the group in therapy, we briefly see shots of the characters. It's the first time we get a really close look at Rain. It's basically the first time we get, and certainly it's the first time we see any the other three mutants already at the hospital. It's not the very first shot that we see Anya Taylor-Joy, but the first time that she does something. She's asked to participate in to open up during therapy, and she doesn't say no. She doesn't shake her head no. Lockheed, the puppet, the hand puppet, shakes her head no, and I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if that's like silly or it kind of sets up her dependence on how she's. I mean, certainly it fits with the. It's not the only time that she's overly connected to the puppet. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish that they did give a more clear explanation of what exactly, like, okay, so she goes into limbo, and that's where, and then when she comes back out, Lockheed is a real dragon flying around spewing fire, and I just, I'm not saying he should have been flying around the entire movie for effects reasons and tonal issues and such. I don't understand exactly what they're saying is happening, basically. I think that's what I'm getting at, because I don't know, I have an easier time with the idea that she she uses limbo to get the sword, because the sword is just an inanimate object. She uses the teleportation thing to get a sword from this other dimension, but why is her hand puppet alive in this other dimension and then alive in her, because the ending isn't set in limbo, because the others don't go to limbo. So yeah, and Rain explains about she yeah, she did the like lycanthropy. I feel like that's how you, yeah, she's, I'm pretty sure she's a lycanthrope. I'll have to look that up. And she turned in front of the what was it, reverend or priest or something, and she says he beat her half to death, and it's just, yeah. I gotta say, I really feel like this movie could have benefited from an R rating. The some of the really messed up material, if they could have gone just a tiny bit further in exploring it, I think that could, yeah. I also just briefly want to call out, I feel like, yeah, I really feel like that's an intentional nod to, I guess I won't give away which one, but there's at least one Nightmare on Elm Street movie that also has a terror sequence set in a shower. Yeah, so that was, yeah. And let's see. Yeah, and I noted, sorry, Ileana bullies Danny from right away and baits her into an escape attempt. Says the line, it's a cage, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna make a big thing out of this. I'm just saying I was very surprised, and I don't think it was wise of the filmmakers. Ileana refers to Danny. I mean, I don't even know that I feel comfortable repeating it. I'm just, she uses the name of a famous Native American whose name starts with P, and I'm just like, I mean, do the filmmakers not realize that Trump? I mean, I don't know if it's entirely possible that it was like, I mean, basically Trump made it a very much, very much weaponized it. I think it was probably already offensive to refer to some, excuse me, to call someone other than the historical figure or those portraying the historical figure. You refer to them as that, but he really used it a lot, hammered it, and his the deplorables were extremely excited that basically it's they get really close to being allowed to say the N word, but without people like it. It doesn't quite have the same. It doesn't get make you become an outcast. To quite the same. Anyway, I mean, I don't remember exactly when, but I'm almost certain that Trump used that term before they filmed this movie, so it's not, yeah, anyway. And we see the wolf run close to the force field, but we haven't been told that that's Rain yet. And I'm, I don't really, I guess the idea is supposed to be that Rain is going to try to run past Danny and then turn back and stop right in front of her and go like, no, don't. There's a force field, and it's gonna. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't seem like it causes a lot of pain. It's more like, obviously, it's uncomfortable to run into something and then fall on the ground, but she doesn't seem like hurt. I mean, this is a world where, I mean, Sam has a broken arm for the entire movie, although I mean that's from an entire mine collapsing. I guess this is just a case where it takes a crazy amount to hurt people. And anyway, the yeah, so it's only later that we get full confirmation that that was Rain. That's Rain can turn into a wolf. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the director was hoping to do there, because it really looks silly, and I honestly think the scene would be better off if you didn't have the wolf there. I think that would have made, when you watch the trailers, you don't realize that Rain or a wolf or anything is in that scene. It looks like it's only Ileana and Danny. So it didn't have to be any other, yeah. And, we get close up of the wolf, the face, and it's just, it, I'm sorry, it doesn't work. I mean, it feels like it's something out of, yeah, like one of the dog movies. Not necessarily a talking dog movie, but a dog movie. Like a Lassie or something. It just, yeah. And it's, yeah, and Danny is about to jump off the bell tower, and Rain manages to talk her, out of doing so. And I will say I did feel like they did a good job. You really understand, like, Danny says, I have no one. Everyone I love is dead, and if I jump, I get to be with them again. You know, and there's this, like, I don't know. You know what? I'm not saying it works for everyone, but I do feel like that the thing with, like, she's standing there and saying, she, Danny is saying, I have no one, and then Rain says, you're not alone up here. Don't worry. I'm not gonna butcher a Scottish accent the way Maisie Williams did in the scene in the movie. Are you calling me no one? And it's just because what she wants to say is, don't jump, I'm in love with you. But if she says that, that might actually make her jump, because she'd be like, whoa, that is way too, we literally just met 5 minutes ago. This is not, or 5 minutes of movie time. I guess it might be later in the, yeah. It might be supposed to be hours later. I'm not 100% certain. But yeah, basically she is saying, you're not alone here. There is, you know, I feel like I want, if I could, like, snap my fingers and make just, make it come true, I would want for every teenager who feels lonely to have someone there who can really empathize and say, you're not alone. You might feel like you're alone, but we're in this together. I'll be here for you. And yeah, I just really, I thought that was very, very sweet. And I'm not gonna ignore the fact that this is one of many teen-oriented movies where a teen girl considers or attempts suicide. That is clearly a popular trope. I will say, again, I think an R rating would have helped, but I do, even without, it does actually make sense. It's not just, I mean, I've never thought that it was okay to say, if someone is legitimately considering suicide, then you take their problem seriously. You don't tell them, oh, but all you're dealing with is, no, you talk to them with, you know, humanity. You empathize. You don't just tell them that their problems aren't big enough or something. That's just, yeah. But it's very easy to understand. She spells it out very nicely. Everyone I love is dead, and I believe that if I jump and die, I'll be with them again. You know, that the yeah. And you know, they go in and the doctor, you know, confronts them, and Rain basically says, "Oh, you know, it was me doing it, like a you know, basically taking the heat, so that, you know, that I thought that was really sweet." And yeah, we have the scene I already talked about some where Rain explains about the other characters. I'm not gonna lie, they're literally right next to Sam and they're talking about him like he's not there. That bothered me. I'm sorry. When they talk about, like, it's one, you know, afterwards they talk about, I guess I'm gonna call him Berto because they keep calling him Berto in the movie. When they're talking about him, he's got headphones on. He's like clearly listening to music, so it's a little less like weird. And when they, you know, and one of them says, you know, oh, what about a crazy one? Oh, we've got a crazy one, and they're clearly referring to Ileana. She was supposed to hear that. Like, that's, you know, at that point, Ileana has already been really mean to Danny several times, completely without provocation. So that's basically just giving her a little bit of her own medicine, basically, you know. But they're like so super close to Sam, and they're talking about, oh, you know, I hear that some of, like, a mine collapsed and he got people hurt, and it was like, I'm right here. Could you just walk a few more steps before you say stuff like that? Like, he's clearly upset about it, and they're talking about, like, this, yeah. I personally thought that, you know, Rain and Danny were really sweet together from right away. And we see, you know, the very first night, Danny has the nightmare, you know, of the attack, you know, the demon bear attack from the start of the movie, and it causes problems. You know, we see Sam with the mine flashback, and it was very Silent Hill, and I like that. I mean, it's not that you never see their faces, but their faces tend to be blurred and like in the background, that kind of thing. I quite appreciated that, and they kind of stare at him. I don't know. I felt a little bit like he didn't look as surprised and weirded out as like he looked maybe a little bit confused. He looked more like, oh, I didn't know this door led to this hallway, than holy crap, how am I in a mine surrounded by miners who've got pickaxes in their hands? What happened? I just felt like that was the performance was a little bit off there. I don't know if it's the actor or the director, but yeah. And you know, his father turns to him and says, "Sam, what did you do?" And he responds, I thought it would be a profitable franchise. I'm sorry." And I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was a little bit weird. Like, when, you know, in the trailer you see Sam go up to the washer dryer thing, and like suddenly, you know, someone on fire puts their hand on the, you know, either they just had sex on the Titanic, or they meant to write not Penny's boat, maybe the fire. kind of made it blurry or something. I don't know. In the movie, he approaches the laundry thing, then we see the mine thing, then it cuts back, and then there's the fire, and it's like, does that mean that he felt like he was still there while? I mean, I get that the whole thing was in his head, but does that mean that I really don't know why they did it like that. I ultimately, like, what's the fire thing even supposed to be? Like, Berto has a fire thing, but the I don't know why Sam would have a fire. I mean, okay, the cannonball thing, but no, still, I don't know why they did it like that. It's very. I really think they made a mistake in doing. I guess maybe it's like a reshoot thing. Did they end up doing any reshoots? Anyway, I read that they didn't, but anyway, or almost didn't do any. But the thing with the, I guess maybe originally he just walks up to the laundry thing, and then there's the fire hand, and then later they were like, oh well, what if we show him in the mine, and then they edited awkwardly together like that. I just, honestly, why didn't they just have it be that, like, the lights go out and then the lights come back on and then he's in the mine, and then you can really have the, holy crap, where am I was just in the laundry room, you know. And this is where I really appreciate that they did not in fact cast underage actors. Although, I mean, there's a chance they're playing underage. I mean, they say teenagers. I'm not sure where. Oh wait, sorry. They say that Danny's 16, don't they? I think Ileana says 16, and she still doesn't know what her power is. So I guess, anyway, Danny and Rain showering, almost, yeah, briefly together, I guess, basically. Just, it doesn't take long, and when Danny walks in there, Ileana's on the way out and intentionally bumps into her to bully her. And it's like, I mean, you didn't have to do that. And I do at least appreciate, ultimately, Danny and Rain do end up together. So it's not just like pointless, gratuitous kind of. It's not like just fan service or, you know, cheesy or something. Although Ileana being there is basically, yeah. Anyway, and yeah, I just briefly want to add, Geekvolution point out that it's kind of confusing whether Ileana was actually in the in the pool with Berto and then teleported out, or if she was always in her room. And yeah, again, like, the movie should make stuff like this much clearer. Yeah, and they do the sort of guided meditation, and like Geekvolution, I kind of like, she's literally just saying the word control over and over. You know, I don't know, just she's maybe say it 4 times before then opening her eyes and then things. I feel like they should have had like some sort of speech, just a short speech there, because obviously the idea is the payoff is there at the end when Danny is, calms herself and then approaches the bear. But the thing, like she says, yeah, just like have it be like, I don't know, so you could make it something really simple, like breathe in and exhale. If she said that a couple of times instead of just control, and then there at the end, Danny could say that once, breathe in and exhale, and then we get it. But yeah. Also briefly, I think in the, oh yeah, just no, never mind. just briefly, Geek Evolution were like, wait, does that mean that she did feed the right bear, and that's why she? I think the idea is supposed to be that she fed the wrong bear, but then there at the end, she basically wills. It's through willpower that she's able to defeat it. Basically, she calms herself, and then she calms the bear by basically. And I do appreciate she's basically talking to it the way her father would talk to her when she couldn't sleep. You know, it's like she says something like it's gonna be okay. What was it? I know it's dark or something like that, but now it's time to rest or something like that. So it's clearly the kind of thing that her father would say to her when she was a very small child, and being told, and having trouble sleeping, and because she realizes there's a connection. When she gets upset, the demon bear gets stronger. As far as I understand, the whole problem was that she kept feeding the wrong bear. You know, and the and I mean I do I it's kind of cheesy, but I did like the opening and closing narration of the thing of yeah, it is, you can ultimately, it is, these things have the amount of power over you that they are granted. I was about to say that you grant them, but that's not entirely true, but that they are granted. Not everybody is equally afraid, for example. But yeah, doing the guided meditation, I like that Ilyana isn't even pretending to do it along with, she's literally just sitting there. She's completely not into it. She's not like, okay, fine, convince me, and then closing her eyes, and then when the doctor opens her, she present, also no. The doctor clearly sees she's not even trying. And we briefly see this clip of Buffy with like lesbians, and then later and Geek Evolution pointed out they actually, both times we see Buffy, it's foreshadowing something. And Danny confronts Ilyana, and I really appreciated that the up until that point, Danny doesn't really she doesn't really say anything mean to anyone. She doesn't she's It's not that she has zero personality, but she's basically just kind of nice and ignores if something bad is said to her. There's not, but here, and I appreciate she doesn't start throwing things at Ileana or something. No, she comes face to face with her and says, "Oh yeah, that oh, I certainly haven't heard that. No one's called me that since what was it? She said fifth grade or something. That was real popular in fifth grade. What else you got? And she actually zeroes in. She realizes that the the hand puppet is something that she realizes it would bother Ileana if she took away the hand puppet. So she does, and that is actually that's what it took for Ileana to be about to attack her, because to her, basically the hand puppet is the only thing that keeps her from, like, I mean, she to her, it's what keeps her safe from the smiley men, and I'm not gonna lie, I saw at least one poster where you could see the hand the that Lockheed was a hand puppet. I thought it was like a joke. I did not think that there would be a hand puppet in the movie. That is not something I saw coming. And yeah, and we briefly see this you know I guess, let me think. Yeah, it's not a flashback. It's that Danny briefly reads her memories, and we see that Ileana had Lockheed since she was a very small child, and being, and the Smiley Men came yeah. Yeah, we're told the rattlesnake story that we also hear in the trailer, and we talk about other mutants. And yeah, and Rain goes to confession, and she admits that she was invents. Is that what being an inventor entails? And she hears something, and there's this ghostly kind of thing. I I don't know that I hated the way they did that. The fact that the door opens and you clearly there isn't anything there. Whatever's there is invisible, and close the door after it. I don't know that I think that maybe was an okay element of the horror. The fact that you yeah, and Rain is scared, but she repeats a mantra mantra. That's how it's spelled. I don't know how it's pronounced. I forgot. She keeps insisting to herself, demons can't come in churches. And I've heard that that's actually true. So they usually have to wait outside, but they tend to peek in. So if you're leaving a church and there's, you know, something, yeah, I think that's as far as I'm going to go with that. I can't let something like that just pass by without like yeah. And Dr. Reyes is asleep, so they go into the attic and take turns on the lie detector. I thought that was a perfectly decent. And Danny tells the others about the demon bear. I feel like it was they did an okay job. Like the fact that like the thing with the let's see give me a second. Basically an important part of it is explaining about the demon bear, but if the scene was only that, then it might feel too obvious. So we also have some of the others talking about their yeah, and we realize that there was a camera up in the attic. And there's a bit where Danny and Rain dance together, and they're just so adorable, and it's just if they're not gonna make a trilogy of movies about the New Mutants and superpowers, can there at least be some more of just Danny and Rain? Like they don't have to have superpowers. Just like it was just really nice seeing them happy together, and I really appreciate that the movie didn't feel the need to have like a stupid contrived breakup over a misunderstanding like so many romance stories does, or like have one of them break the other's heart, or have one of them die and the other scarred for life because of it. No, at the end, and Rain actually like she's constantly protecting Danny, and she keeps telling him, you have to wake up, and meanwhile she's saying, no, you have to wake up, and then she wakes up, and it's like, oh man, and she thinks back to how they fought the let's say space wasps. I hope I didn't completely mangle that reference. And we see Ileana imitating the Doctor, and they talk about that. And it's like, I mean, at this point, Danny is basically a completely integrated member of the group, even though at the very start, you know, up until this point, Ileana has been consistently excluding her and bullying her, and Roberto made fun of her name, and and now it's just no, whatever. I think she even says, yeah, like, she, yeah, Ileana and the others are going up to the attic, and Danny wants to come, and Ileana says something like, you're not invited. And then Sam is like, come on, I'm also not gonna mangle a southern accent like Charlie Heaton, I want to say, does. And yeah, come on, Ileana. Or Illy, I think he calls her Illy. And she's like, whatever. And then it's just, yeah. But I did think, I don't know, I kind of liked Ileana imitating the Doctor and saying, oh, you've been so naughty, and now you don't get to go see, the, my, what is it? She said, my superior or something like that. And they talk about X-Men briefly. And there's this sort of, there's some thunder, and you know Rain is by she's like at the cemetery, and they talk about how beautiful it is, and I'm just like, I agree that it is beautiful, but why is it glowing red like that now? And I mean, I guess the idea is supposed to be that it's like the moonlight doing that. Yeah, yeah, because the director talks about how this scene of them at moonlight is supposed to be really romantic, and I agree it is. Again, just you gotta establish stuff like that. Just to have a character, have one of them say, why is it red now? Or, sorry, why is it glowing like that? Because it was always red, but it used to be basically see-through. But now it's like this strong sort of red. It's like when you watch a sunset with your significant other or something. It's basically a mutant variety of that, which I liked. I like the mutant specific party in the woods in Dark Phoenix. I like the moonlight thing in this, but you have to have someone explain, because it didn't even occur to me that it was a moonlight thing. I don't think you could even see the moon through it's just that it's glowing red more than, yeah. At first I thought, is it the thunder? And they kiss in the moonlight, and it's again, it's so sweet, and it's like, I mean, this should be really weird and morbid, because they're like, I mean, they are lying on top of tombs, right? There are tombstones right there, and then like Rain's eyes. Oh, is that? I guess that's how it's supposed to clue us into it being a full moon light, a full moon thing, because her eyes go like wolf-like, and it's such a sweet. And again, you know what? I don't care if it's cheesy. I don't care if it's corny. More people should be like it, because like they kiss, and then Rain's eyes are like, have this like wolf like quality to it, and Danny says, your eyes, and Rain gets like really self-conscious, like, oh, I'm sorry, and then Danny says, no. I forget if she says it's beautiful or your eyes are beautiful. I don't remember exactly what she says, but there's just this thing of like, she's not saying it to upset her. She's saying, you're unique, and I love that, and it's just, yeah. I long for a time when this will no longer be considered corny or cheesy, when it's just like, oh, it's Thursday, the someone's unusual traits is actually making someone else fall more in love with them, instead of being seen as something else. But you completely understand, she, at this point in the movie, we already know that when the Reverend realized she was like a wolf, he beat her half to death. So, of course, she's really upset, and that's the thing. Danny can go in and maybe help soothe some of that pain. And Ileana and Berto kiss, and at this point, I felt like, I mean, you have like a kiss quotient. That's what's going on here, right? Because I don't know, I don't have a problem with them ending up together, but it didn't really like, and then I mean, ultimately, it wasn't even like she wasn't even there. Wait, does that mean that he was making out with his hand or something? And anyway, and he explains how he hurt his girlfriend, and I agree with Geek Evolution. She asks, she's like, "You can tell me," and they're like, "He just did. He said that he got too hot. There's steam coming from the water because he's getting hotter." It, he's pretty much spelled it out by this point. And yeah, and you see the burning girlfriend attacking him, and it's just like waves, like fire in zero G. And yeah, and the I don't even remember who's. Let's see. Yeah, some a one of the characters. Oh wait, I guess is it maybe Danny talking about the attack. I forget, but she's talking about, it's snowing, and I think I forget who answers, but I think it might be Dr. Reyes. In the middle of July? I didn't say I was not gonna mangle any accents. I just said it wasn't gonna be Scottish and Southern. And yeah, we get the Logan footage, which they really, when they filmed that, they did not expect, because it wouldn't have been that difficult to just film it slightly differently, but it really, like, it's okay, this is footage from, like, it's filmed to look like the idea, when you watch Logan, the idea is that the nurse, I'm sorry her name escapes me at the moment, shot this footage with her phone, like she was holding it surreptitiously and like filming. It looks like a home video. It looks like it was filmed. Of course it was filmed, because otherwise we wouldn't be seeing it in a movie theater, but it doesn't look like someone's memory of what it looks like. It looks like something that was shot to look like, I mean, I don't know, it's they really didn't completely think that through. And we have a second shower scene, and I'm sorry. At this at it's starting to look a little bit like gratuitous. Like, you didn't have to have two separate shower scenes. The two scenes could have been combined. That's kind of like, that's to get the teen guys watching. Maisie Williams gets in a shower twice, and we're told that Rain actually killed the Reverend, which was a good sort of, because that is, I mean, she said, the first time she turned, into a lycanthrope, she, confessed, and he beat her half to death. She didn't say what happened after that. I'm assuming those are two different instances, because if she was beaten half to death, she couldn't really have killed him and then gotten away. But he beat her half to death, she recovered over some time, and then the next time, we don't know the exact circumstances, but yeah. And we see Berto doing the dishes for the second time, and I think there's at least 3 times in the movie where we see, and it's just like, I guess he just always does the dishes. Good for him. That's, I mean, a lot of jocks feel like that's beneath them. So good for him. I mean, seriously, help out your girlfriend or wife or whatever around the house. Now let's see. But yeah, like at first I thought, oh, it's like the they take turns on doing this stuff, but it looks like he's basically every time they have a, every time someone's doing the dishes, he's the one doing the dishes, and yeah, it seems like every time like they have maybe 3 meals a day or something, and each time he does the dishes for all of them, so it's like I don't know, it just I guess the idea is that because of that, we get used to seeing him doing dishes. So when something scary happens when he's doing dishes, we've been lulled into a false sense of security. I I wish I could say that it worked. I do really appreciate, and that's again where I think an R rating would have really helped. I appreciate that they do get hurt by these. When Rain comes back from the Reverend, she has a second brand, and it's clearly fresh. So I wish there was more stuff like that. I think it would have been really cool if like well, I mean I guess the burning woman isn't going to hurt Berto really, is it? It's just it's emotional trauma. It's not physical pain because she can't burn him, right? Because he's basically immune to being burned. I don't know exactly. And Geek Evolution said he's basically like Rogue, but with he gets really hot instead of putting people in comas. That's a good way to put it. And yeah, let's see. And yeah, and Ileana attacks Danny, and Danny defends herself and uses that she does the she gets out the image of the smiley man, and they realize that Danny's the one doing it, and yeah, and Ileana explains, limbo is a special place. We go to our special place, and then we kept going there, and we stayed for so long that it became real, and I really I thought it was a very profound and absolutely heartbreaking line when Ileana says, "They made us cry, and that made them smile." The it's not just either of those two things by themselves would be devastating, but for one to lead to the other, and that is sadly that is a lot of people who like hurting. I mean, basically the smiley men, these pedophiles got off on being able to hurt someone else, and they were probably hurt themselves, but that doesn't mean that they should ever get to hurt someone else that can't defend them. Like, I don't think you should use violence, but if once you become an adult, if you were molested as a child and you can verbally confront the person who did it and make them feel like garbage because that's what they are for doing it. Seriously, if you feel an uncontrollable urge to do something to someone else, sexually or otherwise, that deep down is going to hurt them, don't do it. Talk to a therapist or fight it as hard as you can. Don't, yeah, like, I mean, if that's what it takes, then like turn yourself in, like have yourself committed or something. But anyway, yeah, but it's and the fact that Ileana herself understands that distinction, that it's not, you know, it's one thing that they hurt her, it's one thing that they smiled, which by itself, she, but the fact that one led to the other, that's the thing, and that's why they're smiling in the, the yeah, the big, you know, the all the teeth in the big mouths that they have, their face are almost entirely mouths, really, because that's the thing that really sticks with her in her mind. And the you know the doctor gets the message that she's supposed to terminate Danny, which means that, because when this movie came out, that was before Terminator Dark Fate, or as JX's review is called Terminator Garbage, which is acute because it has the same, like, he only changed a few, they're called Harvey batteries. He only changed a few of the letters there. The let's see. Yeah, that movie hadn't come out. I'm not even 100% certain. Were they making it, maybe, when this movie first would have come out? So terminate the Latina, they could have had that before a Terminator movie had a Latina be the target of a Terminator. And yeah, we realize she's not working for the professor, but for Essex. Honestly, if the MCU uses Mr. Sinister, I really hope that they lampshade the Essex thing, because by now we've had references to that without seeing Mr. Sinister so many times. Like in this, it's terminate, Danny, and then it says Essex Corporation. And at the end of X-Men Apocalypse, you have them picking up the DNA samples, and then you see the suitcase say Essex Corporation. And let me think. Logan, I forget exactly. I'm not saying the movie Logan should have had Mr. Sinister. For sure, that would have clashed with that movie's tone. But the fact that we're not going to get him at all in the Fox continuity after all this hinting, let's see, and the Danny is basically like, like she's not coming super close to Rain yet, and Rain is like, come on in here, I'm not afraid of you. And it's just the sweetest thing. It's just, seriously, everyone who's like this is how, we should all have one person in our lives who, when we legitimately feel like, because that's what, yeah, she's like, now they're all afraid of me. They know that it's my superpower, and they're afraid that I'm going to hurt them if they come, and Rain, convinces Danny that she's not afraid of her. So Danny comes in, and she, like, Rain caresses Danny to just, so sweet. It's so sweet. I don't care if I'm being corny. And let's see. and they kiss again, and I think Rain is the wait. No, yeah, sorry. Danny says, "Let's live a little longer, Rain," or something, or maybe it's Rain who says it. Whatever. One of them says, and it's it's a callback to because, and it's this thing of yeah, that was really upsetting, and the others are scared of me, and I wish my power didn't hurt other people, but we're together, and it's just so sweet. And the doctor brings up her mother who was a vet again, and I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was a pretty decent, like, I didn't, in the trailer we don't hear that her mother was a vet. We're told, it's a great line for the trailer, so of course they put it in, I think maybe more than one of the trailers. The thing about, baby rattlesnakes are more dangerous than adult ones. And in the movie, we're told she knows that because her mother was a vet, and there were a lot of rattlesnake bites. And then here near the end of the movie, she's like, "I told you about my mother, the vet. One day, the family dog." And it's like it's not just, oh, he bit, uh, the neighbor boy or something. No, no, he, like, I forget exactly her words, but like really messed up the boy's face, and it's like, yeah, just you didn't have to go that. I guess maybe it's a good thing it's not an R rating, because frankly we would have probably gotten like a brief flashback with this kid like, ah, and skin flayed off, and just like, holy crap. I know this is a horror movie, but that's still like, I don't think she says the age, but just, I mean, she says child, so it's like, I don't know, a 9-year old maybe with a messed up face, and it's just, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, around this point, I noted that the horror works maybe half the time, maybe less than half. And the doctor unzips a body bag. Like, at that point, it's just like, I know that, like, I mean, for the movie to work, basically, you know, yeah, for the scene to play out the way they wanted it to, they needed to have Danny just accept it, but like, she legitimately, she she's unzipping a body bag. Like, that's not, I don't know, maybe Danny is looking over like, huh, I didn't know James Cameron had his suit bag here. That's neat. Just like, and the, yeah. Excuse me. And we see Rain with like partial wolf face, and again, I'm sorry, it looks silly. It clashes with the tone of the rest of the movie. And yeah, the Doctor fighting Rain is a ridiculously short battle. Like, other than the climax, this movie doesn't have a single action scene that's even remote. Like, even as I mentioned in the short in the spoiler free review, even the first X-Men movie, the fights were longer than this. And again, I realize ultimately this isn't really an action movie, but I mean, this really is. It's the only theatrically released X-Men property to have almost zero action. Like, I again, I get, partially it's also a horror movie, but then, you know, I think I would have been more okay with it if the horror was more effective. And the smiley men are legitimately creepy. And uh, Ileana teleports around, cutting up smiley men. I like that. That was neat. And I kind of liked when, like, Sam and Ileana are trying to flee, and then suddenly Ileana just teleports away, and he's like, "Oh, come on!" And I really I like that the movie made it clear these like the visions can actually hurt them, you know, and that's actually it's that's revealed fairly early on, isn't it? Not maybe not right away, but certainly when Rain, excuse me, when she gets attacked in the shower. Excuse me. I mean, when she comes out of there, everyone can see the brand, and you know, it's not like she just imagined, you know, yeah. And let's see. And that's again a thing where like R rating, like if every so often a character would confront other characters and have like wounds on the face or the arms or something, and be like, Danny made me, you know, fight this thing or something. That I think that would have made it even more effective. Now let's see. And I really appreciated that, like, honestly, every single one of all five of them have at least one bit where they stand up for one of the others and like put themselves at risk to help one of the others. I really appreciate that. I mean, you know, even ah, one second. Even Ilyana, who's actually the first to really throw herself at the demon wolf. And yeah, and all five of them go to kill the doctor, and there's a warning over the PA system, and I'm just like, okay, this, you know, we there's a boss battle coming up, and the game wants to keep the threat present without like, yeah, and it was kind of like, I think it was supposed to be intimidating, or maybe it was supposed to be almost funny that she's still trying to be intimidating at this point. But yeah, she's like, you know, let's talk about responsibility. I am responsible. Was it responsibility? It was something. You know, I don't think it was patience. Where sometimes you feel like you waited a long time, and you wonder why you waited so long for so little. I think it was responsibility, but I'm not 100% sure. And it's like, you know, your safety is my responsibility, and it would be responsible of you to go back to your cells. And the you know they yeah they get the yeah they get to the room where you know the doctor is, and Danny's like, are you sure she's still here? And she's and you know, Rain is like, I smell good. I mean, yeah, I mean she showers a lot, so I can imagine she probably smells good. I'm not gonna lie, I thought they did a pretty decent job on the makeup effects of the wounds. I mean, we do we know intellectually that obviously they didn't actually cut up the actress's face. You know, they like they made stuff that looked like wounds and they glued it onto her face, but it looks convincing. It looks like someone scratched up her face like that. Now, and the demon bear comes after the doctor, and it like it tries to eat her, but I'm not sure if it ultimately did. That might have been too much for a PG, and certainly the Wikipedia said that it seemed to indicate that it didn't eat the doctor. But I appreciate, you know, the bear is absolutely giant, and I mean ultimately I knew this because of the trailers, but and I don't blame them for giving that away. But I like, you know, she said, you know, my father gave me this amulet to remind me that, you know, when I was born, the bear was this tiny. And then we see the bear, and it's the size of a house, you know. So it's like, oh, I guess she has anxiety. That's yeah, yeah. That wow. And honestly, the bear is a fairly scary design, you know. And before you say, "Oh, well, bears are just automatically scary," I've seen movie bears that were not scary, and this one is. Of course, they do gotta be careful about how they kill the bear, because if they kill it in a real jerk way, Wolverine's gonna come back from the dead and show up with a poisoned arrow. So, I mean, I'm not gonna claim that I'm unhappy that I got to see Lockheed flying around, blowing, breathing fire, and it was cool. And for a while, Rain doesn't attack the bear. She's just trying to and she's literally putting her own body between the bear and Danny. This, just so many people would choose to try to run away instead. And in part, she also understands that she has to wake up Danny, but you know, and and Berto fights Demon Bear some, and let's see. And the thing, Danny, you are not alone. Personally, I thought the climax was fine. I get how some people are comparing it to Fantastic, or for the uninitiated, the Fantastic Four movie directed by Josh Trank, which came out in 2015. I don't think it's as bad, but you know, I appreciate that we follow it. We understand the powers involved. There's a certain logic to it. Like, I think it's better than a lot of climaxes of superhero movies in concept. Maybe not execution, but in concept. Because this is not just about, oh, we gotta punch it real good. We just gotta throw a lot of heavy artillery. No, they literally can't defeat this thing. Maybe you don't realize that when the fight starts, but certainly before it ends, you've completely understood this is not a thing you can fight. This is simply not a thing that you can take out by using superpowers. The only way to stop the demon bear is for Danny herself to face it. She's facing her fears. But we do still get, excuse me, a satisfying battle, because them fighting it isn't pointless, because it gives more time. All the time that Rain gets alone with Danny trying to wake her up gradually gets her to where she's able to wake up. And yeah, all of them, every single one of them, faces the demon bear at least briefly. Some of them only very briefly, but at least briefly. And yeah, they save each other's lives. And no, I'm not going to defend how cheesy the line, as Geek Evolution also singled out the bit. You saved us. You saved me. No, you saved us. That was really cheesy. That was, yeah. And yeah, and it was here at the climax that I realized I have seen Danny's father before. That's Slipknot, the man who can climb anything. Great. So yeah, I mean, does he do this in every movie he's in? Is he just like Dead Man Walking in every? I presume not, but it's yeah. And Danny actually faces down the bear similar to how she faced down Ileana. Looking the others straight in the eye and talking to them calmly. Again, not like throwing things at them or something, but just looking them right in the eye and talking to them and confronting them. I really appreciated that that was, at the end of the movie we realize that is like, it maybe takes her a lot to get there, but that is where she goes. We never see her just get like, or I mean, I guess she does try to tackle Ileana right after being tricked into running into the thingy, the wall barrier. The yeah. But other than that, she doesn't. She doesn't just blindly attack, and ultimately that was in part there because that would be a more effective reveal. But yeah, ultimately she has a real inner calm, and when things get really bad, she can she can just stare them down and really, and again, I don't know, that might be a trope or a stereotype about them, but you know so, and at the end of the day, I mean, I'm pretty sure the people writing this are not don't themselves have Native American heritage, so it's but it is at least trying to put out a positive stereotype. them. And yeah, and they're searching through the rubble, finding some belongings, and then one of them says, "The dome's gone," and I'm like, "Are you surprised? You did you went to kill her, figuring that the dome would be gone once she was dead, and you know that she's dead. So what did you? I it's just it's really weirdly handled. Was the climax just like one huge reshoot, and originally it made sense for them to be surprised that the dome was gone? And the film closes on the five of them leaving, and there's this like, you don't quite know which, like, is it going to be, that they say, oh, she said that we were 30 miles away from the nearest town. Want to find, she might have been lying. Let's go find out, and they leave, and it's a really great way for, boy, it would be nice if we would get a sequel, but yeah, there's really room for. I mean, at this point, like, if any new material they shoot, the actors have clearly aged, so it is this thing of like, I don't know, they really aged between, those were 30 really hard miles. They aged by several years. Yeah, and yeah, here at the end I noted, the movie. I wouldn't say that it's never scary. I think maybe, yeah. Let me just real brief say, it's that, it's very on off scary. It's not ongoing. Like a good horror movie isn't scary only briefly. It's scary for, like, not every horror movie is scary from the very start to the very end, but a good horror movie has chunks of it that are scary throughout. Not the same intensity, but like, if this is like a simmer, this is nothing. This is a simmer. This is very scary. This is terrifying. I'm not saying that it's here all the time. Maybe it's not. Maybe it doesn't even spend forever here, but it's never less than here. That's, again, not the entirety of, like, personally, I would say the best horror movies are scary from start to finish, but I'm not saying all of them have to be. There are some great horror movies that aren't, but yeah, and with that, with this, it's just a lot of the time it's off completely. Then sometimes it'll simmer a little and off, simmer, off, simmer, off, simmer, and then sometimes it'll get up, and then it'll go completely off again. Like, maybe I've heard several people that I otherwise find to be very compelling critics say that the movie is never scary. Maybe their definition of what is scary is what where I say it's not consistently scary, but to me, like, something can be scary even if it's only scary very briefly. And like this movie, like, I define scary as my heart starts beating a little irregularly. Like, it's like, I know I'm just watching a movie. I'm not, I'm fully aware of that, but I still get, I have a reaction. I have a physical reaction, and that happened during this. That happened when the smiley man pulled the mask off. It happened when the 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 demon bear reveal. When it like it tore apart the building to get into them. I'm sorry. To me, that was legitimately scary. And I will say the ending does have the problem of, well, this is the big scary thing, but you also have this action scene, and I mean, it's not really an action horror movie, so yeah, it is like, yeah. No, yeah. So the movie is 90 minutes without counting any end credits, and I did leave without. I looked it up. Apparently, there's nothing after the end credits, so I did not stay through them. So if I have been misinformed and there was something, then sorry, I had no idea what it was. But it was apparently removed because they knew they wouldn't get a sequel, and the idea with that scene would be sequel. Yeah. Notes taken before watching. Holy crap! I've been going for almost 2.5 hours. Okay, I'm gonna go through this. I'm gonna try to go quick. So let's see. Yeah, so way back in the, yeah, almost 3 years ago now, when the first trailer came out, I noted, okay, so it's a teen horror flick. Looks like there's some supernatural possessed kind of thing. They're trapped in the hospital. It's about them escaping. Very different from the rest of the films. Not sure if it's a good or a bad thing. I would say some of the comics have a horror vibe. And certainly suddenly losing control of superpowers can be very scary. And I think the movie does a decent job of exploring. I mean, part of it is a metaphor for puberty. You know, at the end of the day, basically, any experience or identity that can be considered minority or unusual or the like, marginalized, mutation in the Marvel comics and movies is a metaphor for that. But it is in part a metaphor for puberty, and that is something some of the movies, in the first one, they almost come right out and say it. You know, what is it Gene says in the first movie? Sudden physical changes often brought about by periods of heightened stress or something like that. I'm not sure the word physical was in there, but yeah, it's like, oh, so it's puberty. And yeah, in this, they're literally sitting there, these five teenagers talking about how puberty hit them and how it makes them feel alone and how it makes them feel like they're hurting people they care about and they're no longer able to be who they were. Like, Sam says, "Why can't I leave?" And the doctor says, "They're still, you think they're not still looking for you. They think there's something wrong with you. They don't want you back." And it's that because that's what it feels like when you're a teenager. Puberty, such a terrible thing. And yeah, like your body is screaming a million different things at once. And yeah, it's never been as, excuse me, none of the other movies have made it quite as the teenage aspect, the puberty aspect. None of the other movies have made it as potentially, what's the word, powerful as this, and that's why it's frustrating that it doesn't go even further. But when it gets there, yeah, it really, there was good reason to make this movie, to make it at least somewhat the way it was made. You know, I'm not sure I've ever read New Mutants, but as far as I understand, basically in the comics, it's just a new team. You know, they're being trained by Professor X, just like the other teams. But the director thought, well, if we have the demon, the demon bear is in the comics, but I don't think they're trapped in a hospital, or at least it's a different circumstance. But it makes a lot of sense to say, no, this is a place where they isolate young, dangerous mutants until they can control their powers, you know. Now, let's see. Hmm. Yeah, so, okay, so I wrote this note way back. This might have been a note I wrote in 2017 as well. The director is known for Fault in Our Stars and an indie love film, Brilliant Pick. I'm not sure if I meant that sarcastically or not. Maybe not, since it is in part a teen romance, like Fault in Our Stars, and with tragic undertones. But maybe since it's also an action horror movie. And so Logan hinted at a new team of young mutants that will hinted at the team X-Force. And now this movie has the New Mutants. Even though the MCU is taking over for the X-Men, might start a completely new continuity. So it's possible we won't get these teams anytime soon. Does this at least satisfy as far as the New Mutants team goes? No, it really doesn't. I really, really hope that there will be. Personally, I'm okay, cause I feel like I don't know. After I had watched the movie, as I was leaving the movie theater, I felt richer from having watched the movie, not poorer. And to me, sometimes that's all I really need from a movie. I'm not going to be recommending people to watch, this is for completists only. But I'm not unhappy that I watched it. But if you're watching, like, if you're considering watching this, and you just really hope you'll get a lot of the new, Geekvolution and others have pointed out, it's basically like a pilot episode. It's really setting up that there's going to be something down the line, but has its own thing. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but X-Men 1 is also basically a pilot. It's like, oh, cool stuff's going to happen down the line. But it's also something, like, hypothetically, let's say, you know, let's invent two alternate universes. There's one where the only X-Men movie that was ever made was X-Men 1. And then there's another where the only X-Men movie ever made is New Mutants. I'm sorry, but I do think that this universe is more happy with the one movie they got, even if this universe might be, really, like I said, there are things about this movie that are really great. Now, let's see. Now, some people said this, there was like a thread on, I don't know how to pronounce this, so I'm just going to spell it. Excuse me. www.quora.com. Quora? I don't know. Anyway, there was a thread. Excuse me. There was a thread on there which said this is not a sequel to Logan, because some people ask the question, and I mean, it's not a sequel. Like, I mean, I guess it's more. prequel to Logan, kind of. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, and then in earlier this year they put out a trailer, and I wrote as a reaction, "Holy crap! This movie is still going to happen. Wasn't it originally going to come out in like 2018? Some of the actors may look very different today than footage shot when it first entered production." And that is, I mean, if they I don't know. Maybe they didn't do a lot of reshoots. I heard that certainly didn't use very much of the footage, but yeah, like you couldn't possibly, like, as far as from what I've seen a little bit of Maisie Williams in like promotional stuff for this that's much more recent. She looks very different. Like and that's completely understandable given her age. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, more I noted, the thing with the puberty thing, and how they hurt people the first time they use their powers. I quite like this idea. We have not had enough focus in this film franchise on that exact experience, on what it's like to realize you have powers. Most of these characters we meet long after they first realize it. And some of the most powerful scenes in the movies are specifically of the first, or the first really significant, at least, time they use their powers, such as the opening with Magneto, the opening with Rogue in the first movie. Let's see. They did some good stuff with Jean. Stuff Cyclops was okay, and the stuff with Child Wolverine was bad. But I thought they did a good job in this, and that's actually, honestly, I think, and that maybe it's a budget thing. Maybe they didn't want to show. I think, and maybe it's an R-rated thing. Maybe they trim it down so that it wouldn't be very long. I think just a few more lines would have really done wonders. Like, if, like, hypothetically, if the movie just had, if the movie, one second, yeah, just a little bit more, exploration of how it was for them to, yeah. You know what? I think I'm just very briefly gonna. I do wanna, now that I'm in spoiler territory. I'm not gonna spend forever on it, but I wanna just briefly talk about the characters. I think I'm satisfied with how much I've talked about the Doctor and Danny. Let's see. I mean, ultimately, yeah, and Ileana, she bullies Danny, and she kind of pushes others away as a defense mechanism, because if people get, yeah, if people get close to her, she's used to that being a bad thing. And Berto, you know, he pretends to be, really comfortable and smooth and such, when really he's actually terrified. He's uncomfortable with showing that he's terrified. Let's see, you have the, ah, I'm not sure I have much more to add about Rain either. And Sam, yeah, I guess that might actually be it for the, yeah, I guess I did get into everything now. I like the use in the trailers of the Pink Floyd song cover. I don't know what it's called, but it's the, "We don't need no education" of the lyrics. Yeah, in the trailer, the doctor apparently says, "This place takes your greatest fear, makes you live through it until it kills you." And in the movie, she says, "Danny takes your greatest fear," or Danny's power, something like that. Yeah, as I noted, the trailer makes it look legitimately quite scary. Really hoping it's an R rating now that Deadpool and Logan have proven it can be done. And I guess I think Geekvolution maybe also touched upon this. Maybe the reason it's not an R is now it's Disney, and Disney aren't really that interested. Disney got control over Deadpool, and they tried to make a PG-13 Deadpool, and I haven't watched it. It's not on DVD or anything, and apparently some people liked it, some people didn't. So it was in movie theaters, but there were no subtitles, and I'm sorry. It Part of it is Deadpool 2. I cannot follow Deadpool 2 without subtitles. Sorry, that's just not. It moves way too fast for me to pick everything up. Now let's see. So yeah, it. Uh, yeah, so returning to notes, basically it's like a haunted house teen horror movie kind of thing, which does make a lot of sense. Some of these characters, both that they would feel extreme fear and inspire extreme fear. So let's see. Yeah, and there's the video. Let's see, Nerdist News with Dan Casey. It's called "The New Mutants Movie is Still Happening," breaking down the trailer from was that 8th of January this year, and he makes some really good points. At one point, he does say, "I mean, who doesn't want a superhero horror film? That sounds awesome to me." I don't know. People who watch Brightburn, I guess. Just kidding. I do think it would be really cool. I hope that we get a good one at some point. Now, excuse me. So, let's see. Yeah, and yeah, so there's a trailer or TV spot or something where the line goes, "This is a facility for young mutants like yourself. When mutants first got their powers, chances are they hurt someone." And I would add to that, I think there's more material. Yeah, there's some material there that the other movies did not explore. It's not the first time it is explored at all, but this is the first horror movie that explores it, and that is definitely a genre made to explore that kind of thing. And I like the thing with the crap. What was I Let's see. It's right there. I'm gonna try to retrieve it. Let's see. Oh wait, does that say the other movies did explore it? Whatever. Right. The doctor refers to them as new mutants. She says new mutants are more dangerous than because they can't control their powers yet. And I think at the end they also refer to themselves as new mutants. When again at the end of the day, like in the comic, I don't even know if the team is called the New Mutants. I again I haven't read it. I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I read X-Men. I don't think I read any New Mutants at all. But it was basically just this is a new team. If at Xavier's, you know, I don't know. I guess I just feel like it sounds like a slightly weird team name when they usually use stuff like X-Men, X-Force. Like they have like let me think. And like Avengers have like West Coast Avengers, for example, and A Force. I don't know. Sorry. Maybe it's a great name. Maybe it just I'm coming off the sugar high from the cinema candy, so you have to. That's, okay, so Right, so yeah, I know supposedly this has been edited so that it could possibly be retconned into being part of the MCU. Could that work? And yeah, I've already gone into that. Now, does this movie have good teamwork? So far, the X-Men movies are nowhere near as good as the MCU movies at that. I mean, not much, no. And yeah, I noted from that one trailer that, he's right, it's magic, so am I. Very cool. And Anya Taylor-Joy keeps being involved in dramatic scenes that have her walking out the front doors of a mental institution where something isn't quite right. This and Glass, yeah. And this movie continues the tradition of the X-Men movies, and really movies in the X-Men continuity, not only the main ones. Let's see, of having a pretty good amount of female characters on the teams. And I don't love how Vanessa is treated in the two Deadpool movies, but at least she's there. She's in a good amount of the first movie. She has personality, and yeah, X-Men Origins is the obvious exception to this rule because that movie gets almost nothing right. They are doing a lot better, at least as far as amount, not necessarily importance, on that front than the Avengers movies. But as Lindsay Ellis and the Blockbuster Buster point out, they do tend to downgrade the women from the comics, except for the villain ones. And yeah, so I note, how much does this focus on the women? I mean, I would say the women are more important to the movie than the men. I mean, ultimately, Berto doesn't do very much. Sam is there. Yeah, I mean, primarily it's Danny's story. It's very much about her relationship with Rain, and to an extent also her relationship with Ileana. Yeah, this is finally we get an X-Men movie that puts the women completely at the forefront. Like, this is very much about, like, I'll grant that to an extent that is also true of Dark Phoenix, but that still is a movie that's very much about the men in the, you know like, the most important, the like, it touches, it does a great job of exploring the relationship between Mystique, Beast, Xavier, and Magneto. And Mystique dies really early, and that's why the others are, Beast finally actually works with Magneto for the first time in decades. It's but I will grant, at least, I mean, Jean is basically, I mean, she's the titular character. I guess she's not really is she the lead also? I'm not entirely sure. And the villain leader is female. And anyway, but no, this one, the villain is female, the protagonist is female, and the two people who has the most important relationships with her are also female. I mean, this movie would be very easy to rewrite to remove Berto and Sam, but if you tried to remove Ileana, you have to really change a lot because Ileana really affects Danny a lot. She forces Danny to kind of confront, yeah. There's anyway. Not saying that Berto and Sam aren't compelling characters and they don't have interesting backgrounds, but at the end of the day, they don't. Yeah, I'm just briefly going to say on the character front, I appreciate that in the climax, basically, like, Ileana is very happy to use her powers. She's been waiting for an excuse. She's been itching to use that sword, basically. But the others, both Berto and Sam are uncomfortable with using their powers because they're used to it hurting people they love, even killing them. And yeah, ultimately they do overcome that so that they can save Danny's life. and maybe there's also some self-preservation in there. If Danny, wakes up and can stop the demon bear, But anyway, so that's, I thought that was pretty compelling. I felt like there was some serious payoff there where, like, I mean, there's a lot of the X-Men movies where there's not that much payoff to a lot of the characters. I mean, when in the first X-Men, not Colossus, Jesus, sorry, Cyclops is not that interesting, but at least there is the rivalry, the insults and such between him and Logan, but the yeah, as an example, like, it would be super easy to remove Cyclops, so that, well, Cyclops too, but more, sorry, the one I was referring to was Colossus from the second X-Men movie. You wouldn't really, like, there's not really, yeah, he's not even in very much of the movie, because he goes with the kids, and they, of course, they need a protector. I'm not saying that, but, like, I mean, there is payoff to Nightcrawler, for example. He saves the day several times in the climax, you know, and in this movie, there's payoff to each of the characters, but there isn't really, yeah. Anyway, now I also wanted to go into if the women are over-sexualized, and see, it's difficult, because at the end of the day, I think an argument could be made that Ilyana is over-sexualized. I think I've already pretty much said, yeah, to just briefly sum up, I don't think that Rain or Danny are over-sexualized. I mean, Danny isn't sexualized much at all, really. Although, yeah, no, she does get under there's the shower. Excuse me. But yeah, excuse me. Ultimately, Danny and Rain, they fall in love and they get together. So it's not real, them being naked around each other isn't. I mean, it hypothetically could still be gratuitously. It could be handled gratuitously, but it isn't. They do a, yeah. So let's see. That was, and yeah. So that leaves Ilyana. Obviously Dr. Reyes isn't. Ilyana. I mean, the question would be: is she trying to look attractive for example, Berto? There's not, ultimately, there isn't, it's not bad or wrong for her to do that, but if the character isn't, but the movie is, then that can create some tonal dissonance. You know, if the character wants to look unappealing to others, which, she behaves in a way that makes her unappealing towards others, so it would make sense for her to dress in a way that shuns others. You know, like, she doesn't seem like she wants attention, and especially someone who's been molested as a child. People like that. That, which is again something that the movie Split goes into. They tend to dress in a way that makes them not look very sexy, and I don't know. I kind of feel like it's possible that that's what magic is like in the comic, but I don't know that it makes complete sense for this movie. But then, I mean, this movie at the end of the day is a little. This movie does not agree with itself on what Ilyana should be like. So now, right, to go back to, so over-sexualized. Bryan Singer tended not to go overboard with that, except in Apocalypse and perhaps parts of X-Men 2. X-Men 3 and First Class are bad in that regard. Not saying they're otherwise, X-Men 3 is a bad movie. First Class definitely has some strengths. I'm not saying everything about X-Men 3 is bad, but overall it's a bad movie. Origins isn't too bad, but again, there are barely any women, so how could it be? The other two Wolverine solo movies do have female characters, but don't over-sexualize them. Obviously, they weren't going to sexualize Laura. I would hope not. Doesn't, you know, the fact that she's not of age doesn't make it a sure thing for American movies, sadly. But the nurse who takes care of her also isn't sexualized, despite the sexy nurse fetish. Dark Phoenix sure does manage to squeeze Sophie Turner into tight clothing, but otherwise isn't too bad. The Deadpool movies are also pretty good in this regard, although there is some unnecessary sexualization. It does tend to be of characters who are trying to look sexy. And despite Vanessa being an object of desire, she also gets to have more dimension to her. When she expresses empathy for Wade's situation, the movie isn't sexualizing her. Now, and yes, most of the female characters in New Mutants are teenagers, but they are played by actors who are of age, so it's pretty typical for Hollywood to be okay with sexualizing characters like that, and occasionally for characters who are played by actors who were not yet of age. Ew. In Lindsay Ellis' video Loose Cannon Mystique, which you should definitely watch if you haven't already and you care about the X-Men, she refers to hatred of mutants as mutantism, like racism, Mutiny, like misogyny, and mutant Haiti, which I don't know what that's supposed to be a take on. Anyway, that aspect is, of course, integral to the X-Men and other stories, including mutants in the Marvel Universe. And let's see, how well does this movie explore that? Is it internalized any non-mutant characters outside of Visions? There are no non-mutant characters outside of Visions, no. But there's definitely some, like, they clearly are very upset that they are mutants and that their powers coming to the, being like that, it was traumatic for them. Suddenly they and I really appreciate that Rain actually explains, she enjoyed running in the field, or yeah, she enjoyed the running, but she felt bad because she had been taught that, you know, what's it called? Shape changing was evil. It wasn't something good people did. And so she confessed, and yeah, that had the very negative consequences. Wolverine may be one of the only characters to point out about bad flying experiences in the X-Men movies, but nearly all the movies have at least one bad experience with at least one plane or something flying involved. It's only fairly minor in the first two Wolverine solo movies, and there's nothing in the third one, the first Deadpool movie. It's a helicarrier that had already crashed before the scene starts, but there is still a bad experience involving it, and it crashing actually. So yeah, and let's see. Yeah, so I was figuring in this one it would be a person with, at most, be a person with superpowers who can fly that has a bad experience with flight. I mean, that is what happened to Cannonball, to Sam in the, yeah. And just to, like, if you don't know too much about the comics, just to really underline how much of a mess the X-Men movie timeline is, the character of Sam, the powers he has, those were the powers that were also given to, not not in the comics, but in the movies, Negasonic Teenage Warhead. And apparently, originally, that was supposed to be Cannonball. And they figured that his personality wouldn't play off of Deadpool as well as Negasonic Teenage Warhead. And Star... Ah, crap, sorry. Sunfire, not Starfire. Sunfire, Berto in this with the fire thing, that's him in the in the distant future, in Days of Future Past, where I'm almost certain he was way too young in that movie for it to be the same character. Wow. Let's see. I'm not sure I realized until this rewatch of all the movies, but literally every movie in the continuity where Wolverine has more than a cameo, he's rendered unconscious or seen asleep at least once every single movie. Now, Logan's second solo movie, The Wolverine, is in part about the relationship between Logan and Yoshida. Where did the two meet? Well, in the solo movie The Wolverine, Logan says sayonara to Yoshida in the robotic suit, but he never does say domo arigato, Mr. Roboto, which I think is a real missed opportunity. Even with multiple tries, this is a continuity that has a hard time making hair that is either white or gray look good. If Bryan Singer is directing your X-Men movie, something bad will happen in Cerebro. In Days of Future Past, yeah, a couple of dialogue changes. I love a lot about that movie. Most things about that movie, but I do have a few. I'm not going to go into a lot in this, but just a few dialogue things here. Days of Future Past, Magneto is about to lift the baseball stadium. The guy there asks, "Can I help you?" And Magneto simply responds, "No, you can't." I can't believe they missed the opportunity to have him respond, "Just here to pick something up. Come on." And I may have said this before, but I would slightly adjust the exchange. It bears repeating. I would slightly adjust the exchange about whether Mystique is still a great shot. As it is, he says, "You used to be a better shot." In my opinion, that should have been, "I thought you never missed." And her response is, and believe me, I still am, should be, "Believe me, I still don't, believe me, I still don't miss." Because it's like, you used to be a better shot. That by itself makes sense. But then she says, "Believe me, I still am." You still are a better shot than you are now. That doesn't make any sense. And it would just, all you had to do is adjust it to, yeah. Anyway. In X-Men Apocalypse, the Teen X-Men say that the third movie's always the worst. On the commentary track, Singer says it was a joke. He doesn't blame Ratner for X-Men 3. He knows it was difficult. He specifically says the third movie's the hardest to do. And honestly, maybe it's like, oh, he changed his mind and he felt bad and he didn't want to be mean on the commentary track. He sounds sincere. He sounds like he means it. I'm not sure, he doesn't really come across as someone who's good at lying. He sounds like he means everything he says, honestly. Sometimes he'll say something and it's like, "I'm not sure you should have said that, dude. That kind of makes you, that doesn't paint you in the best light." But anyway. So anyway, he says, the third movie's the hardest to do. So why not have one of the teens stand up for the third movie by saying it's the hardest to do, or it had some great things to it though, which is true of Star Wars Episode 6, which is what they're talking about, X-Men 3, and X-Men Apocalypse. In X-Men Apocalypse, I think that might be the only movie in the entire X-Men film continuity where the villain's perspective on whether mutants are better or worse than non-mutant humans doesn't really figure into his ultimate plan. I mean, I don't think, does Apocalypse care at all if anybody survives? I think he's basically just, he'd be fine with nobody survive. I mean, I don't remember the exact words, but they describe what, like, Magneto is destroying, like, what was it, the Earth crust or something. That it sounds like no one's gonna make it. Like, once he's been doing this for long enough, every living person, most living animals probably, maybe the ones deep down in the ocean, I guess, might survive, but everything else is gonna be dead. And it seems like that's just how Apocalypse feels. Like, well, they don't worship me anymore, so. I read the abridged script, and that said that it's basically the same as X-Men First Class, where, the mutants will then, be happy with the Master, who's a mutant who made them mutants and killed every non-human, anyway. I don't think so. That's not how I read Apocalypse. Keeping in mind, I watched it very recently. In the entire Fox X-Men continuity, there isn't a single time where Logan wakes up or comes back to consciousness and he's just like, "That was a very nice rest. I'm glad." There's always something dramatic. Right, yeah. So on the 14th of the 5th this year, they released another trailer on this date about how they moved the release date. And I gotta say, I cannot believe I did not make this connection before, but this thing of your worst nightmare coming alive, you having to face it until you die, is very Silent Hill. So this movie is the X-Men go to Silent Hill. You know, this movie is a team of X-Men being trapped in a hospital in Silent Hill. And wow, that has such potential, and man, is it frustrating that they didn't live up to it. Quicksilver appears 3 movies in a row, and yet he is not in the entire movie for even one of those 3 movies. I mean, for Dark Phoenix, I honestly have to imagine he pissed off a producer or something, because there's really no good reason why you couldn't have him in the entire movie. Like, I mean, Days of Future Past, okay, you know, before it makes sense that he only comes into the movie when he does, and you know they can't really convince him to show up for the rest of the movie because they could barely talk him into helping with the Pentagon, and the rest of the movie doesn't sound that exciting to him, so he's gonna sit it out. Excuse me. Apocalypse, he only joins the rest of them a chunk into it. I don't know, halfway through. I don't forget. I don't forget. I remember. So, but yeah, like Dark Phoenix, he's on the team at the start. There's no good reason he couldn't have him in the entire movie. I realized in the finished film, the reason he's not in the whole movie is that he gets hurt by Jean, but they wrote that, you know, they wrote that for a reason. I'm just not sure what that reason is. It's not like his powers would make the other fights completely pointless, since as we see, Jean has no problem dealing with him. You know, like I mean, she breaks his leg and she kills Mystique, and then the fight ends, and it's like she could have done something to Quicksilver that didn't take him out of the rest of the movie. You know, it's just like, why did they even bring him back if they have nothing interesting to use? Like, he really does absolutely nothing. It's almost like a contractual obligation thing. He, let's see. Oh wait, sorry, no, never mind. He does. He's part of why they're able to save all the. Yeah, it increases the tension. Fair enough. Sorry, scratch that. It increases the tension because he's able to save the astronauts really quickly. Anyway, let's see. And yet again, we see that while the main continuity, both Stewart and McAvoy, have at least one blue-skinned mutant, the spin-off and solo ones do not, with Beast cameo in Deadpool 2, the one exception. But this does have at least one teleporting character, because that really is, like, I mean, I know that there are a lot of uses for teleporting characters, and I know there are a number of teleporting characters in the X-Men comics, but it really, like, if you sit down and go over, like, there really aren't that many X-Men continuity movies that have absolutely no, like, teleporting characters. I guess the both of the Deadpool movies, although, I mean, in the comics, Deadpool can teleport anyway. Let's see. And you have the Wolverine and Logan. Sorry, I'm not going to go through all of them, but anyway. Let's see. I saw this interview with some of the cast, and Anya Taylor-Joy said, "This is one of the first powerful, complex characters I've gotten to play. The other characters I've played have been quietly the threat or very much in danger. Ileana is very much aggressively the threat. There's maybe 2 scenes where you maybe see a softer side to her, and I agree, and I loved it. I would very much like to see more of that." And she said she loved working with swords. She's a sword nerd. And Blue, who plays Danny, says that the character is a lot like herself. Personally, I know some people are gonna throw a fit. Personally, I honestly really love that they went out of the way to cast a real Native American and a real Brazilian for those roles. Now, let's So I recently watched the video Fumento did on Glass. I know you put that out way back, but and I'm not gonna spoil Glass in this video, but yeah. So he says that, that movie. Hmm. I mean, I guess I can't really say those things without spoiling that movie, but it's okay because this doesn't really have the problems that did. Alice Braga plays a sinister Latina in like a lab coat in this, and there's a similar, in this, the sinister Latina in a lab coat in a comic book film is played by Alice Braga. I haven't watched Bloodshot yet, and Morbius we've only gotten the trailer, but Bloodshot and at least one trailer for Bloodshot and at least one trailer for Morbius also appear to have a sinister Latina in a lab coat. I'm like, is this like a trope? I really hope this isn't a racist thing. And now, let's see. Let's, right, and yeah, the movie is like The Breakfast Club in that it's a group of misfit teenagers who are stuck in a place and get to know each other, even though they didn't really know each other before suddenly being in the same situation. That does make a lot of sense for a story about mutants in the X-Men universe. And I think the movie could have made better use of the creepy hospital setting. And so the trailers show, the trailers make it look like climax is at least in part Ileana attacking the demon bear. I'm guessing there is some teamwork in there also because otherwise it's like, couldn't she have done that much earlier in the movie, or do they only realize demon bear late into the film? Maybe it shouldn't have been in the trailers. Yeah, ultimately it's the demon bear isn't present until very late in the film. Or actually, I guess maybe it's just like roaming around outside of the, but it's not quite powerful enough yet. And then when she passes out, it becomes powerful enough. I do like that. I thought that was a good little thing of like, careful what you wish for, Doc. You you wanted to take her out. This is what happens. It's like there's that. Uh, oh wow, this is really gonna. Yeah, you know what? I don't care. I'm gonna go ahead and show my age and say that reminds me of the Quake 3 mod. I think it's called Superheroes, where one of the potential superpowers is that when you lose a lot of your health, you get like Hulk powers, where you can suddenly move really fast and are really strong. And the other player is like, oh crap, I should, either you should have been more careful about finishing them off, or you know, or you gotta really put some distance between you. I am not going to apologize for remembering that mod because in that mod you can play as Ed 209, and they've got the voice there, and they've got the sound effects, and you can play as the Human Torch. You can use Cyclops' eye beams. Man, that was a fun mod. There were some real fun mods for Quake 3, and some fun games made with Quake 3, a modified Quake 3 engine, like the Jedi, Jedi not Jedi, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Academy, Jedi Not, Jedi Not, Jedi Not tell you that. Now, let's see. Yeah, I already talked some about Brad Jones' review of the movie. He, yeah, let's see. Yeah, one thing that he said that I didn't already mention it. You know, it's this series of things happening strung together, and it's really exposition heavy. It feels like a YA remake of Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Yeah. Let's see. And I watched the Birdman review where he does this funny joke where he starts off by saying he wants to talk about all the stuff he thought worked. There's a moment of silence and then he moves on. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's boring, it's really obvious, nothing more intriguing here. It's terrible special effects. Yeah. Cinema Blends review. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip. But it was a good video. They made a good video. Okay, so, I guess. Okay, I'm just really quickly gonna run through. I have a confession to make. I rewatched the videos that the Nostalgia Critic did on the first 4 X-Men movies and the one he did on Deadpool 2. I know. I thought I had learned my lesson too. So, briefly, like I said the last time I talked about these, I guess when talking about Dark Phoenix, the Deadpool 2 one is by far the best. But he is definitely thorough in the videos he does on the X-Men movies. He puts forth arguments that he's clearly spent literally seconds thinking of. He seriously can't see how exchanging Rogue in the first movie with Jubilee would have a huge impact in a negative direction. Yes, I realize it would be more comic accurate, but they argue that instead of Rogue in the movie greatly hurting the health of people she touches, it should be Jubilee blowing up everything she touches. If you try to do that, you would have to completely rewrite every single deeply emotionally resonant scene. That would be all of them that Rogue has in the whole first movie. It's dramatic every single time she touches someone because she hurts them without killing them. It would be ridiculous if you blew them all up. And again, you would lose the emotional impact. It would just be a series of shocking deaths instead, which works elsewhere but has no place in the first movie, or the third movie for that matter. Not being able to come into contact with others without hurting them is a brilliant metaphor for what it feels like to be a teenager. Countless teenagers across countless cultures, probably all cultures, can relate to that. If she was constantly causing explosions, it would have been silly. And, Nostalgia Critic also makes all the obvious jokes, including ones made long before he made the videos, such as in riff tracks from, I don't know, 10 years ago or more, just ridiculous. And occasionally they will say something that's actually worth listening to. Broken clock theory. And before you say one word about me not being able to accept that there are things wrong with the first X-Men movie, watch my videos on it where I explain in detail things actually wrong with it, things that actually make sense. There's other stuff he said in the videos that I could go through point by point and argue against, but it's just not worth the aggravation. This is the guy who doesn't understand. That's a spoiler, so I'm not going to say it. He... never mind. So, that brings us to the final section. Critic sites, IMDb and Wikipedia. So I'm just real quick gonna say, so the tomato meter is currently at 31% with, 74 ratings total, 51 of them rotten. And I've been checking over the last several days, and every single time they, not every single day, but they would add a few more, and almost every time there would either be more negative ones or there would only be as many positive ones as negative ones, new ones. Like, I think one of the days there were like 10 new ones, and yeah, 5 of them were positive, but that still leaves 5 negative ones. And the other days it was like, 4 negative ones and 1 positive, something like that. And the critics' consensus is, rendering a list of potentially explosive ingredients, mostly inert, The New Mutants is a franchise spin-off that's less than the sum of its superpowered parts. And it's got a 53% audience score. And personally, I mean, yeah, you already know this. I think that both of those are a little harsh, but I realize that the reason it has 31% on the tomato meter isn't because all these people got together and agreed it's like a 3 out of 10. It's because only, roughly 3 out of 10 of them gave it a passing grade. If you're these are the Rotten Tomatoes critic reviews. If you're a disinterested teen looking for some mild, goreless action and pubescent angst, The New Mutants may be just what the doctor ordered. I agree, and that's, yeah, I think that's part of what they were going for. Now, The New Mutants is a mess. Never quite sure what it wants to do or who it wants to focus on. That's a huge problem. That's one of the biggest problems for the movie. By positioning New Mutants as a start to a larger story, the whole thing feels unfinished and ultimately unnecessary. The feature has little by way of direction or ambition. It's the third worst in the X-Men franchise, after The Last Stand and Dark Phoenix. And I'm assuming these people do not count Origins as part of the... No, they said franchise. They didn't say X-Men, main X-Men movies. I don't understand how anyone could think that Origins is not... Wait, are they saying that... Let me think. I would probably personally say that Origins is the worst of all of the X-Men franchise films. There's almost nothing in there that works. Almost everything is poorly handled. Last Stand and Dark Phoenix have a few elements that work. I'm not sure I'd say there's a single element in, Origins Wolverine that works. Yeah, personally, I would say that by far is the worst. I probably... Let me think. Overall, the only way that I would put this below Last Stand or Dark Phoenix, which I'm not saying they did, is if you go into this not expecting an action movie, and I didn't really expect... I would have liked for it to be scarier, but I didn't really go in expecting an action movie as such. I think I was figuring there would be action in the climax, not really elsewhere, and the action in the climax could have been better, but still. It's a major step in the right direction from the blunder that was Dark Phoenix, and though the film has the energy of an unfinished pilot episode with major potential, this film's legacy will likely live on in the form of late-night bar trivia. Yeah, an unfinished pilot episode. I've seen a lot of people say that it's a lot like that, and it's so true. It's wild that this is, like, it almost feels like they were going to make a New Mutants TV show, and like Boone shot, he shot the entire pilot, and then like a producer looked at a rough cut, and he was like, "This should be a movie," and Boone is like, "No, but like there's not enough material. Tonally, it's not, the special effects are not, and we'd have to do reshoots." And then the producer says, "I don't care about all that, just do it," and yeah. Man, to think, like, I'm not saying that the X-Men franchise had the strongest start of any, but it certainly had some great stuff along the way, such as X-Men 2 and Days of Future Past, and then it just completely, like the last several movies of the entire, I mean, okay, we had Logan, but Logan was crying out for a movie following it, what with that ending. And then the last several X-Men movies are Apocalypse, Dark Phoenix, and New Mutants. It's just, wow. And to think they could have ended it with Apocalypse. I don't. Is anybody all that happy that we got Dark Phoenix after that? If New Mutants is any indication, the future is bright for young adult horror, even when that future is being carved out of the husk of billion-dollar properties. So this review says the same-sex romance subplot feels entirely cynical. I don't agree with that at all. Now, let's see. See. This person says the third worst in the X-Men franchise, ahead of Origins and Dark Phoenix. Does that mean behind instead of ahead? Whatever. I guess that depends on if you're saying ahead of and back. Whatever. Let's see. Neither the YA nor the horror elements fully gel. Excuse me. It's the worst X-Men movie ever, akin to watching a terrible TV pilot for a series that you already know didn't get picked up. A movie from a bygone era when Fox was his own company that didn't quite know what to do with X-Men movies. Let's see. Uh-huh. Okay, there we go. So, hmm. Okay, so and the taglines are "Everyone has demons. There is something new to fear." Which, to be fair, this movie hasn't been new for like 2.5 years now. Now, let's see. Yeah, I don't watch a lot of current horror movies. I mostly watch comic book movies when it comes to recent movies. So I honestly can't compare this movie to, I see that, the success of Get Out and It, part one, it looks like, meant that the producer felt like, oh, we could reshoot this to make it scarier. Now, let's see. there's pretty much been at least one Game of Thrones actor in every X-Men related movie since 2014. Deadpool 2 is the only exception. The IMDb trivia notes that the Demon Bear is the first X-Men villain to be an animal being. I'm really glad. I hope that I think the MCU is going to be more creative with this because again, it's super interesting. I'm really glad that they did it. The whole thing with on one you know sometimes the villain in a X-Men movie will be a mutant with really extreme views, frequently related to relations between humans and mutants. And I like the yeah, since I'm spoiling, I like that after we you know when they made First Class, they could comment on the views that we know Magneto will later have because we've seen the way he acts in the first three X-Men movies, and so they do some parallels with how Sebastian Shaw, who's a literal Nazi, so yeah, they sort of flesh out the short backstory not flashback, sorry, the glimpse into Magneto's backstory that we get at the start of the first X-Men movie, and the idea that sort of yeah, basically like Magneto gets the idea that mutants should rule the world from Sebastian Shaw. Now let's see, but yeah, for so many of the movies, it's a human being. Either it's a human being who hates mutants, or it's a mutant who has extreme views about the relation. Finally, after a really long time, we started getting X-Men fighting robots, and X-Men fighting aliens, and now X-Men fighting an animal, which is actually a like a demon that's brought forth from the psyche through mutant power. Like, come on, man! You've got such interesting concepts in the X-Men comics, and just time after time, it's gonna be either a human or an extreme mutant. Just get a little more creative. It's just, I really feel like that's something that, and I believe them to you. Maybe I'll eat these words later. In this very video, I have eaten some of the words that I spoke just before, so it's possible. But I believe that the MCU will be more creative with, we'll get more alien villains fighting X-Men. We'll get, you know, I mean, yeah, the Avengers have already fought aliens, robots. They haven't really fought, not really animal, and they have fought the supernatural. I guess I don't know, maybe not the Avengers themselves, but individual, like Doctor Strange is an Avenger now, right? So there you go. Individual team members have fought. Anyway, the yeah, it's just, I mean, X-Men, come on, you gotta have you can have time travelers, you have alternate dimensions, aliens, animals, robots, like all these things. You gotta get more creative than just over and over a human who hates mutants, a mutant who thinks the mutants should rule. Now, let's see. I will say that at the very least, when they did Apocalypse, it was kind of interesting having Magneto go from, like, at the start of that movie, he is a hero, basically. Or, I don't know, he's innocent, basically. And then, again, like in Dark Phoenix, I mean, it's not the first time we see Magneto fighting Charles, but it's the first time we see Beast fighting next to Magneto as they're fighting Charles. Now, so yeah, so this is also IMDb trivia. Regarding the rating, director Josh Boone has said, when being interviewed by, excuse me, comic movie, this movie is probably the hardest PG-13 ever made. I can definitely see some parts, like when you see Berto's girlfriend all messed up and on fire. That was very, that pushed the PG-13 pretty far, and the smiley, you know, smiley men, and yeah, there were definitely some things that, yeah. They have been pushing the PG-13 in a number of comic book movies recently, so while PG-13 used to be a terrible thing for horror, or a horrible thing, maybe by now it's been pushed so far that it could work. The only good PG-13 horror movie I've watched is the American remake of The Ring, and the only reason that could work as PG-13 is it was a psychological horror movie, and this movie is partially psychological, but not fully. And I don't think that it's not. I'm not sure the PG-13 rating is the biggest problem for the horror in this movie. I think it's just that it didn't completely. I don't know. The yeah. It's a like what's the word? Josh Boone is clearly very talented. I'm not disputing that, but I don't think he has enough experience working within horror. And I think that was where it, yeah. So let's see. Right, here it is. Principal photography was originally completed in late 2017, more than 2 years before the film's eventual release date in April 2020. The film has had some reshoots and been re-edited several times in the intervening 2 years. However, as of January 2020, the BBC report that the version that will finally be released is expected to be closer to the first edit produced back in 2018. That's right. So there are some reshoots that are in there. It's just that it hasn't been changed hugely to, you know what, honestly, if they, like, I mean, it probably won't happen because it costs money, obviously, but I wouldn't hate if someone, like, I don't know, if there's, like, someone working at Disney who's got, like, I don't know, like if you've got, like, an obnoxious nephew who's, like, always bugging you to let him work on some movie thing, you know, give him a deadline, give him, you know, maybe, maybe if he can fund it himself, and have, let's see what the other versions. I wouldn't mind seeing, what the movie could have looked like instead. That might be interesting. Another Brick in the Wall Part Two. That's what it's called. The yeah. Oh right, and the yeah. In X-Men Days of Future Past, Quicksilver wears a Pink Floyd shirt. Josh Boone revealed that the film was originally going to take place during the events of X-Men Apocalypse, with a cameo by James McAvoy as Professor X. Yeah, I guess I could see how. Excuse me. Although, I mean, yeah, again, we're spoiling all the X-Men movies. In that movie, there's the psychic message to all of the world, so it would mean that this movie had to take place, and certainly, excuse me, certainly this movie really seems tiny compared to that movie. If this movie took place around the same time as the climax of that, then it would be like, oh, I mean, come on, it's yeah. Antonio Banderas has a villain role in the alternative version, and that's not in the version we've gotten so far. And it points out that now both Arya and Sansa Stark in the X-Men. Yeah, see, this is what is confusing. This IMDb trivia, I mean, I guess it's just the person was mistaken. Despite the film constantly being pushed back for reshoots, no actual reshoots ever happened. I think that person probably just misunderstood the thing about how they edited it, and that there were several different edited versions, but the one that is being released, or the one that was released is very similar to the one that was before reshoots. But it's not that they didn't do any reshoots. Now, yeah, and let's see, the film includes, yeah, sorry, this is from Wikipedia. The film includes a love story between sorry, Rain and Danny, which Williams felt was a natural extension of the comic book characters having a telepathic connection. Boone described this as the spine and focus of the film's character-driven stuff. So a major part of this movie is a romance between teenage lesbians. Sounds good to me. I mean, until very recently, the X-Men movies have only been allegory for homosexuality. The movies have had almost no openly gay characters in them at all, really, other than the gay couple of Negasonic Teenage Warhead and Yukio in Deadpool 2. You know, and I guess maybe you want to retcon as technically NTW is gay in the first Deadpool, but does that really count as representation if you don't know it when it first comes out? Anyway, you know, what's that J.K. Rowling and the representation that I didn't write but do want credit for, or whatever. Yeah. Let's see. Or Harry Potter and the represent, whatever. You know, this is the first time we have you know, yeah, gay characters in X-Men movies. I mean, it's like we can have the mutant characters talk about being different. We can even have like, you know, positive depictions of inhuman-looking mutants, but we can't have any openly gay and or trans individuals as characters. Like, I mean, so it's okay as long as it's only a metaphor. Like, it makes a lot of sense to me to make it completely overt like this. Let's see. Yeah, and the director said in an interview, I'm more excited for people to see these girls lay under the stars in this one. Oh, is it the stars that make the... Josh Boone, you need to learn how to visually communicate what you're trying to... Why does it glow like that? Is it the stars? Is it the moon? Is it the thunder? Because there's some thunder around that time. Just like, is it just what it looks like when it's dark? And there's the, like, regardless of stars, just... Anyway. Sorry. The director said, I'm more excited for people to see these girls lay under the stars in this one scene as much as the big battle at the end. I mean, this guy is famous for his teen romance movie, so that makes sense. And he says, it's very much a teen movie. We don't really have teen movies at the cinema anymore. So I wanted to put a movie out there that was like the kind of movie that was very important to me when I was a teenager. Sounds good to me. And then a YouTube comment on that video with the interview said, as long as the romance isn't the main drive of the movie, and the movie has good storytelling, I generally don't mind about the relationship. Why is it that the moment that it's any kind of progressive feminist element, immediately people talk about, like, I so rarely hear it said about conservative aspects of movies, which I've personally found to be far more obtrusive in far more films. And this is the comment from before they saw the film. Why do people make that assumption about progressive elements? Like, it's okay to have all these really hateful conservative, like, ideas about how the world works, but the moment that there's at least one gay couple in a movie, it's like, I don't know, you gotta be careful about why, though. Like, it's just, it's this thing of, like, it's because it's challenging the status quo, and some people can't handle that. To some people, as long as it's agreeing with the status quo, it doesn't matter how nasty and hateful and bad it is. I hear way more people complaining about progressive elements that are well handled in good movies than conservative elements that are badly handled in bad movies. Now, let's see. That brings us to... Yeah, so originally Antonio Banderas was playing some villain, and then it was changed during reshoots to John Hamm playing Mr. Sinister. Or wait, oh, for the love of... Why can't they write it in a way that we can read it and understand it? Okay, so apparently, originally it was John Hamm, then it was changed to Antonio Banderas as an undisclosed villain. I guess. Wow, why did they write it like that? I feel like some people who write on Wikipedia are just like, I want to see how many people complain about this. So, let's see. Wow. The the hospital. Wait, does this mean that they used it or they looked at it? I can't tell if this means that they just considered it, but apparently one of the hospitals was the one they used for Shutter Island. See, now that's a movie that makes that makes great use of this kind of, yeah, that was really terrifying. Now let's see. And huh. So the additional photography was expected to include the addition of several new characters throughout the film rather than just new cameo appearances added. I mean, I guess that isn't in the movie we got then, because I can't think of. I mean, every single. The five main mutants are all in the original trailer from way back in 2017. Let's see. I mean, at most, I don't know. Are they referring to the Reverend? But he only appears once. No, it must. I'm sorry. I would be fascinated to see the. Let's see. Excuse me. And let's see. Yeah, and some people were worried that the movie would flop like Fantastic Four, and I mean, I don't know yet if it will be as negatively regarded, but yeah. Disney later confirmed this was an error. The film would not be part of the MCU. So yeah. Um, I mean, I guess that is. Okay, that is absolutely everything, and I've been going on for almost 4 hours, which is. It's been a while since I talked for that long about a movie in theaters. Endgame, I guess. That one I certainly talked for a very long time about. So, let's see if there's anything I can think of that I want to make sure to say before I finish. Or, sorry, now I'm making bad sex jokes. Before I stop recording. I won't come in the church. So let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure I completely hammered home, so I'll just briefly say I really felt like it worked the way that the characters were all reluctant to go into their background and to really discuss their powers or use their powers. Like, all of them basically seem ashamed of it, except Ileana, you know, and, Ileana, she had problems before, and her having mutant powers got her out of the terrible situation she was in, but it is also why she's in the hospital. But the other four, they're uncomfortable with their powers, and I mean, for a while, Danny isn't even entirely sure of what hers are, which is again a great metaphor for puberty. and really something that, like, I don't have we seen that before? I think this might be the first time we've had an X-Men continuity movie where someone knew they were a mutant and they didn't quite know what their power was or what the because that's that's a great metaphor for puberty because you don't know who you are yet. You feel something very strongly, but you can't quite zero in on what it's. But what though? I feel it strongly, but what? And the yeah, they feel isolated. They feel ashamed. They don't really want to talk about their they and they they I get the feeling that they would probably feel like they were being singled out, even if they weren't stuck in this hospital far away from anybody who wasn't a mutant. Able to socialize with so few people at all. I really feel like they got a good what's the word? They really knew how to use the. I agree, Josh Boone. This is a good teen movie, and we haven't. I mean, I don't watch teen movies today, honestly, so I don't know if we don't have them at all. But it does get some stuff really right. I maintain that it's not. If you want like a really good teen movie, Breakfast Club is probably overall better. Excuse me. Since the Breakfast Club elements in this are anyway. I think I'm starting to ramble, so I'm just gonna real quick. But it works. It works really well as a great teen. How did it take us this long? How did it take 20 years of X-Men movies before one of them really nailed? But anyway, what I'm saying is, in some of the other X-Men, yeah, X-Men 1, again, love it. In X-Men 1, yes, Rogue is really upset still when she gets to the school. She's still really, you know, she's still, it's still a burden on her that she, had this, this traumatic experience and such. But she meets Iceman and they flirt and and then the second one they're dating, and it's just, I'm not, that's not that is valid. That is some people's experience. But for a lot of people, their experience is much more like what we see in this movie. And I really felt like that made a lot of sense. And how they're just like, it's not that they're just five of a kind. They appear to be different people, but they're basically just dealing with their pain in different ways. They all have pain and shame and angst, and they're having trouble with dealing with how there's now something about them that makes them completely different from everybody else. Their family, their everybody, and you know the yeah, at first glance, it might look like Berto isn't bothered by it, but no, it's just that's his defense mechanism. He pretends to be completely cool and casual. When they ask him how many girls have you slept with, and he's like, "You think I even remember?" And in reality, like he's basically trying to distract them from the fact that I don't think I don't think it bothers him that he hasn't slept with anyone. What bothers him is that the one time he tried to sleep with someone, he incinerated her. That's something that really devastates him, and because of that, he tries to. He knows that if he says I don't want to talk about that, then they're gonna you gotta tell us. But because he says you think I even remember? He's expecting, like, he thinks that Sam is going to be like, okay, fine, whatever, Mr. Amazing, and like the girls are going to be, he doesn't even remember. Oh, that's gross, But yeah, at like, let's see, yeah, and Ileana might at first glance, oh, she's just, she's so standoffish and such. That's how she copes with, like, part of the pain is from before she became a mutant, but yeah, there is some, yeah, let's see, and let's see, so, I mean, Sam isn't really trying to hide it so much. I guess it's more, let's see, I guess maybe one of the things with Sam is he feels like he did something, where like all of them feel like there's something inherently wrong with them, but to him it comes with the addition that he feels like he did something. It wasn't just something that happened out of his control, and because of that, he's really careful not to, he's basically always thinking, oh, I gotta be careful, I can't let it happen again, Let's see, and so let's see, that brings up, ah, 1 second. Yeah, and Rain is basically like she's always following the rules, and I mean, she's basically nice to everyone. She's not really, she doesn't really get into argument. Like she's, wait, I think she's the one who stands up for Danny when Ileana goes after her again, and Danny says, no, 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 it's okay, I'll handle this, and or is it Sam? I'm sorry, it's so many characters, and I have only watched the movie once. Let's see, and yeah, and Danny herself, for a lot of it, I mean, she almost, it's almost as though she doesn't really have any, like, one of the first things that she says or does that's like a real character thing, like she realizes that she can't escape from this place, and not long after, like in movie time, it's almost immediately after she's about to commit suicide, so she really feels like she has nothing, and then because she falls in love with Rain, who's in love with her, who, yeah, Rain already was in love with, that, I'm pretty sure that's why she even went up to the clock tower. But I guess it's possible that she didn't. Anyway, sometimes I read too much into stuff, and then other times when I calmly state what I think I've deduced, people will throw fits in the comment section, screaming about just, yeah, whatever. Anyway, so the let's see. Yeah, Danny, like, at first, like, she's not, it's not that she's, like, really hoping this or that thing will happen, or she really wishes that this or that thing. No, she basically doesn't have, she feels she has nothing to live for. She doesn't, and, so, and over, yeah, over the course of the film, she falls in love with Rain, she stands up to Ileana, she becomes more integrated in the rest of the group. Yeah, she really, I mean, it is like, I don't know, I mean, I guess it is almost her forming an identity, which she wasn't really, I mean, at the end of the day, I think she might have had an identity before the events of the movie, and, maybe it's smart of the movie to start with, we never find out what that identity was. We just know that, when she was little, she had trouble sleeping, and, we realized there at the end that she clearly felt a lot of shame, and what were the other things? Self-destruction, and I forget. The things that fed the demon bear. You know, but other than that, we don't really know very much about her, and since the movie isn't about who she was, it's about her becoming some, yeah, like this is the first X-Men movie that really is about a teenager trying to figure out who they are and seemingly being successful at it. As a, yeah, I'm really glad we did at least get one of those before the. I can imagine the MCU will handle it well. I feel like they've done a good job of exploring, like, a lot of the characters have been older, or sorry, a lot of the characters have been adults when we meet them, or at least for most of the time we've spent with them in the MCU. The main characters, I mean, but there are. Let's see. I mean, I guess Spider-Man. I feel like there's one other main character. Let me think. It's right on the tip of my, not my nose, because I can't reach the tip of my nose with the tip of my tongue. It's on the tip of my tongue. But I don't need to spit it out because it's not acidic. Ah, crap. I swear there was one. What was it? I mean, was Steve Rogers, was he a child when he first, was he like 18? I'm not entirely sure how old he and Bucky were when World War II started. Hmm. Anyway, let's see. I swear there's one. Never mind. Scarlet Witch was like a teenager when she first joined. When we meet her in Age of Ultron, I'm almost certain they say that she's like a teenager or something. And yeah, so they have, and they've done a good job. They haven't been like overly condescending. They've been very sympathetic to Peter and Scarlet. Sorry, I'm sorry. Now her name's completely. Anyway, the Wanda. Wanda, don't. If you stay here, you'll die. I love that line so much. So telling. Anyway, the movies had a lot of have a lot of sympathy for Wanda and Peter, so I can absolutely imagine they'll do that with the mutants. I mean, I don't know. Will it turn out that Wanda is also a mutant in the MCU? Because it could be. I don't know. Anyway, I guess that is basically it. Let's see. I yeah. So yeah. In closing, you know, I don't know. I'm not sure anybody watched through this entire video without deciding whether or not to watch, but just in case they did, or just in general, if you go to a movie theater these days, please take all the precautions that you are asked to, and just don't risk getting sick, not for any movie, and or risk getting someone else sick either. Yeah, I gotta admit, thinking, rereading some of these Wikipedia quotes and thinking back through it, I really do appreciate it. It really does center the teenager experience and the metaphor of mutation mutation for puberty. They've brought it up before, but it's never been quite as just here it really does it's what's the word, um, it's so central this time, you know, and yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, Rogue, you know, there's that, I read in the, I think it's comments of the British script for the third movie. By the third movie, she was no longer so jumpy and so easily startled and always anxious and such. I mean, I would say this movie, you know, at the start of the movie, you know, Danny is almost as, you know, like in as bad a place as Rogue at, you know, at the start of the first X-Men movie, and by the end of this movie, without it feeling like they, you know, like I said, I'm not defending the "no, you saved us" line, you know, but I will say I feel like they didn't. It's not so extremely like forced or such, and yeah, like by the end of the movie, she's no longer where Rogue was for, you know, two movies. She, you know, she is starting to really, she's in a much better place than she was earlier in the movie, and I'm not saying that that was a mistake. I'm not saying that the X-Men movies, you know, ultimately they don't have room to do all that, and they're also like, I mean, ultimately, no, it really, it would not have been right for the first X-Men movie to end with Rogue being much more like well adjusted, because that's just not, you know, it really wouldn't have made sense after the role she plays in the finale. But I think this makes a lot of sense, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's not, you know, these are still five teenagers who have problems, you know, that it's just that they're on the way to get better, and yeah, yeah, it's really about time, because when they started writing X-Men, they were specifically supposed to be for teenage. And actually, come to think of it, I think mutation was a puberty allegory metaphor before it was a metaphor for anything else. I think race only entered into it a little later. I read the very first X-Men story, and in that one, it's definitely a puberty thing, but it's not a race thing yet. The you know, or sexuality thing. I'm not 100% certain when that entered, but yeah, you know, it's that was one of the things that, like, you know, well, if they're teenagers and they're different, you know, in a way that doesn't, you know, I mean, it's not, mutants aren't the only one. You know, Peter Parker is also, you know, there's also some puberty metaphor going on with the superpowers there. So, but I mean, yeah, that only really dawned on me just now how ridiculous that is. It took 20 years before we got. I'm not saying to make, but it took 20 years from the start of the film, the X-Men film franchise, before we got a movie that really fully focused on the teenage, you know, mutation as allegory for puberty thing, when that was how it started in the comics. The, you know, the other minority experiences only came in later. Is puberty a minority experience? I guess technically it isn't. I did, well, minority of power. Ah, crap. I'm not 100% certain, but yeah. But I mean, that is the ultimately one of the, some of the stuff that's really lasted, and that that everybody knows about, is when it comes to, you know, sexual minority, gender identity minority, and, you know, race, ethnic minority and such. So yeah, it really is a. But we got there eventually, and I will say I am really excited to see what the MCU do with mutants, because there are a lot of different options, and yeah. So let's see. I guess that is legitimately the thing. Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed watching as I enjoyed. Yeah, enjoyed watching